like this type of role, in my personal opinion. He should have taken this type of movie risk when he was at a height of his
world for roughly
career.
$20 million
But he
worldwide
did it. He
against a
did it.
reported $50 million budget. In an era where even mid-budget adult dramas are an endangered species, The Smashing Machine became another sobering reminder. Awards buzz and A24 branding aren't always enough to keep a bruising character study from getting knocked out at the box office.
No contract, no money?
No money.
Do you have any stronger pain medication?
Advil?
Advil?
Yeah.
Don, would you like
No.
They're handing them out like candy.
Number
shit.
9, Black Bag.
You asked how it works. To be with someone in this business, this is how. You each know what you know, and you know what
I
you
never
do,
heard of
and you
Black-
never
what the hell is
discuss
Black
certain
Bag?
things again.
If even Cate Blanchett, Michael Fassbender, and Oscar-winning director Steven Soderbergh can't put butts into movie theater seats, then what does that say about the state of Hollywood in 2025? Unlike most of the other bombs on our list, Black Bag was critically acclaimed, boasting a virtually unheard of 98% approval rating on Rotten Tomatoes.
I
That
watch
doesn't
her,
matter.
I assume she watches me.
It doesn't matter anymore because people are more broke than ever. Like when it comes to like luxury things, yes, going to the movie theater is a luxury thing now. People are way more selective of their entertainment system. If they could just watch a movie at home, they'll watch a movie at home. If they could like, it's just the way it is. Honestly, it really is. Because a lot of people are way more selective of what movie they watch. 100%, right? Or because again, it's like, do I want to spend $50 on like me and a friend or a girlfriend, whatever, to go out, or we could just like eat, like buy some food for like $20, $25 or so, and eat at home, and I could just save the extra 25 and just do something else with it. Because yeah, like on an average, like especially if you want the full on movie experience, right? It's an average like 30 to $40 or more, honestly. And it's gas and all this kind of stuff too as well. And yeah, so there are some movies that are like unforgettable, like that needs the movie experience with like a lot of like other people watching with you kind of thing. Like the Avengers Endgame was like that was a movie experience for sure. Um, but yeah, like for me, I'm cheap, right? So what I do, I usually go to the theaters when it's cheap. Like usually it's on Wednesdays or Tuesdays, and I don't spend a lot of money on that, and I don't eat at the theater. I never do. I never do. What I do is I eat before, or I eat like I drink something like to make fill me up enough, and then I eat after the movie, either before or after the movie. Mostly after.
I would do anything for you.
Would you?
Yes.
If a situation presents itself, would you choose your marriage over everything else?
My devotion to my marriage is my professional weakness.
A good old-fashioned spy thriller that notably isn't based on any pre-existing source material, Black Bag was almost totally overlooked by audiences, grossing just over $40 million on a reported budget of up to $60 million. While films like Ryan Coogler's Sinners prove that there's hope yet for original.
I mean, that's why there's a reason why like a lot of movie creators don't want to take on risks on new franchises, because again, Sinners got lucky, right? And so and it was a good film. Don't get me wrong, but it's like it got lucky because their other films are good, but they just bomb in the box office. We've seen that time and time again. Like
big
Scott
budget
Pilgrim's,
pictures,
World,
director
that
Soderbergh was
bombed.
justified when he publicly posed the question of what's going to happen to the person behind me who wants to make this kind of film.
Maybe this is all your greatest game, George.
It's a very dangerous line of work.
I'll say.
Would you kill for me, George?
Number 8, Captain America: Brave New World.
You'll notice I did not die. And people are saying I did not die in style.
Who's saying that?
People.
What people?
Everybody. Everybody is saying that. Look, tell me I don't make your old gear look brand new.
You got on degrees upside.
Yeah, this movie sucked ass, dude. And I understand why they wanted to like continue the Captain America name. Like I understand that, but this sucked ass, dude. Falcon is not Captain America. He's Falcon. All right? He is not Captain America. He doesn't have any powers whatsoever. He has a vibranium suit with a shield, and that's it. Because there's nothing special about him fully in this way because again, Captain America has powers in general. He was special when he was Falcon, right? Because that was his thing. That was his own thing with the wings and all that. Even though you still has that with Captain America, but he is a horrible, horrible choice to be Captain America, in my personal opinion. You should just stick with Falcon.
Down.
But I get it as a marketing thing, Captain America instead of Falcon. Falcon and whatever.
You look good, man.
Before all the Marvel fans yell at us, let us explain. Yes, Anthony Mackie's first cinematic outing as the new Captain America technically made his budget back, earning $415 million
Yeah, but that's a
after
bomb for
reportedly
Marvel.
costing $180 million to make. However, that's before you factor in, among other expenses, marketing costs, meaning that Brave New World would need to have made at least $425 million in order to ultimately break even.
Sam, you shouldn't even be in these situations. You're not Steve Rogers. Ruth, you have my full authority to put this thing to bed before this treaty gets compromised any further.
On top of that, the fourth Captain America film also became the worst received in the franchise. Amidst a growing wave of superhero fatigue among movie-going audiences, it remains to be seen whether or not Avengers Doomsday will be able to put the MCU back on the map.
It will.
Okay. Well, it's a long-ass drive to West Virginia, so we're gonna need some snacks.
Why did I invite?
Yeah, so like I said, the villain sucked ass, right? Number one. Number one, the villain sucked ass. Number two, no offense to the actor, the character sucks ass as Captain America. It just makes no sense. They made it into Incredible Hulk film, but without Incredible Hulk. They should have stick with. I think the first idea was much better, in my personal opinion, and that is the Serpent Society with a little hint of Red Hulk. Still, they could have easily done that. If they just done the Serpent Society as the main villains, setting up Red Hulk would have been way better, way better. Because Serpent Society is part of Captain America lore. I even own the first appearance of Serpent Society, which is in Captain America comic. And that would have been so much better. That would have been on his level playing field for the most part, right? With Serpent Society. But no, they made like different kind of villains. They had like 2-3 villains in the film. It was all over the fucking place. It had a Hulk villain of all things too as well. It was just horrendous, dude. It was horrendous.
Number 7, The Alto Knights.
Where do I start?
The Alto Knights? Never heard of that.
You're going down a very dangerous road. And we ain't been down dangerous roads before.
Once upon a time, the phrase Robert De Niro playing not one,
he heard
but
this
two of the
repetition.
famous gangsters of all time would have guaranteed sold-out theaters opening weekend.
No,
In
hear-
2025,
Robert
though,
De Niro
what was
heard
once
his,
a sure
repetition.
thing is now far from it. The Alto Knights even hails from mafia movie and TV royalty.
So the reason why Robert De Niro's heard his repetition because he got too much into politics and he won't shut up about politics, especially like when you're a public figure. When you pick a side, then you should alienate the other side. In my personal opinion, you shouldn't be doing that if you're an actor because you should try and get as many people in either side to watch your film. That's it. But this guy, Robert De Niro, is a fucking dumbass. Keep talking about politics. We should not be talking about politics. I'm sorry, you shouldn't.
They're bigger gangsters than we ever could be. All of a sudden, you want to be half in, half out, half a racketeer. You can't have it both ways.
You got 2-time Academy Award laureate De Niro as both Frank Costello and Vito Genovese, Goodfellas screenwriter Nicholas Pileggi, and Sopranos cast members Catherine Narducci, Michael Rispoli, and Matt Servito. Throw in Oscar-winning filmmaker Barry Levinson, director of Good Morning Vietnam and Rain Man, and what do you get? Unfortunately, a dull misfire for everyone involved, which made only $9 million on a $50 million budget.
The man took a shot at his own boss.
We just grew up together. Frank sometimes forgets where he comes from.
You're more fly off the handle.
You make sure he's dead.
Number 6, Mickey 17.
I wouldn't be surprised if you're thinking at this point, what have I done?
Oh, I heard about that one.
Nothing was working out, and I wanted to get off of Earth.
Oof. Here's one that really stings. After winning 3 Academy Awards in 2020 for the black comedy thriller Parasite, all eyes were on South Korean filmmaker Bong Joon-ho as the world watched with bated breath to see what his next project would be. Eventually, in January 2022, Bong revealed that Mickey 17, based on Edward Ashton's sci-fi novel Mickey 7, was up next.
They made me work my ass off on one mission after another.
Every time you die, we learn something new, and humanity moves forward.
Oh, he's alive. It's fine.
My life is gonna be
Mickey!
That a cool premise.
Very good for you.
Maybe the Parasite honeymoon had worn off, or maybe it was the marketing, but upon Mickey 17's March 2025 debut, it fell with a deafening thud, despite warm critical notices. Industry publication Variety later reported that Mickey 17 would lose Warner Brothers approximately $80 million.
Damn.
Even on my 17th go-around, I hate dying.
Like I said, people are way more picky
Number
now.
5. Mission Impossible: The Final Reckoning.
CIA Black Vault break-in.
Am I reading this correctly? The Kremlin bombing?
In fairness, the bomb was actually meant to kill him.
This one isn't technically a bomb so much as a victim of its own scale. Director Christopher McQuarrie's final Ethan Hunt adventure delivered the usual jaw-dropping stunt work and scored strong reviews, ultimately grossing nearly $600 million worldwide. The problem?
But that's
Reports
it?
peg its production budget somewhere between 300 and 400 million,
Yeah.
with trade coverage suggesting it needed a staggering $800 million theatrically to truly break even after delays and ballooning costs.
That's almost $1 billion on this film. Are you serious? They spent way too much money on that film, dude. Way too much money. It would have made money, but
Back from the brink.
it would have made money, but
Deal with him.
yeah.
Should he choose to accept?
So while Final Reckoning set franchise records for opening weekend and IMAX, it also quietly became a cautionary tale. There's only so far even Tom Cruise can run when audiences are growing choosier about which mega franchise they show up for.
Yeah, they show up for Top Gun, but yeah, I mean, yeah, this was delayed like crazy, dude.
Number 4, Christie.
You must be the lady I've been getting so much about.
This movie came out in a very bad time because like her rep got like kind of like hurt because of a Gene commercial, which is really stupid, in my personal opinion. And so yeah, this movie came out around that time, and so yeah, that's why it didn't do well. I don't know if the film's good or not. I haven't watched it. I haven't had a chance to watch it yet.
Yes, sir. It's an honor to meet you, Mr. King.
Now tell me about yourself.
Biopic plus TIFF premiere plus Sydney Sweeney in a transformative lead role. On the surface, Christie had all the makings of an awards season sleeper. The film chronicles the rise and traumatic abuse of boxer Christy Martin, with Sweeney's performance widely praised for its physicality and emotional commitment. But once it stepped into the ring theatrically, Christie got flattened.
You think you what makes the world turn. But one day you're gonna wake up and realize that it turns just fine without you.
Made for a reported $15 million, it opened on November 7th, 2025 to just $1.3 million, one of the weakest wide releases in recent memory. What may have compounded its struggle? Sydney's mid-2025 brand campaign with American Eagle Outfitters titled Sydney Sweeney Has Great Jeans.
That's it. That's the reason why it failed, by the way. People lost their shit over a Jean commercial. Where like she has great genes, meaning like her like that's how she has her great looks, not fucking skin color, race, or whatever.
While the actress stated the campaign didn't affect her focus, the surrounding culture war noise may have distracted from Christie.
It did.
I think I
it
found
did.
my thing.
It did. I think it looks good. I want to watch it.
Lives and they don't even know what their thing is.
Number 3, Elio.
You're out of control. You got in a fight. You shut down power to the whole base, and I almost lost my job.
We have to try something different.
Pixar betting on an original sci-fi adventure used to be a license to print money. Elio,
I believe. Okay, so this is like controversial. I think because they were trying to push an LGBT agenda in the first script of Elio, right? And so I don't know how good that film would have been, because I guess Disney heard about that or Pixar, whatever, and so they had to rearrange the story a lot so it could play. It became something complete new in so many ways, where like the standout wasn't there. That's what I heard. I'm not 100% sure, but I still believe like as much like it's like controversial to say this, but I think LGBT films like in for like Pixar does not work. Where it actually hurts the marketing, it hurts the viewership. Why does that happen? Well, it's because majority of people do not want to see gay things in media where it comes to like Ilya or Pixar or Disney. We already saw that with Buzz Lightyear, right? We saw that how one scene hurt that film completely. Even though like the film wasn't the worst thing I've seen, it didn't really help that either. It wasn't like the greatest film ever. And I know it sounds crazy to say that, but it's just about marketing. Because you want to market to a majority of the people, not like only like a small part of the market. You know what I mean? It's just the way things are. And so, and also they saw how much like I'm pretty sure Elio suffered because of Buzz Lightyear, how that movie, how much money that lost, right? Who knows? Maybe the original script of Elio would have been better with the LGBT with the LGBT stuff. Maybe that would have worked better because they had an actual vision. They want to pursue that vision. But because the reworks and all that, it messed up the story. And it was all over the place. So it could be either or. Again, I don't know. Maybe it would have been great as the original script. I don't know because for me personally, I don't give a shit to a certain point. The only part I care about is like if it's like forcefully push agendas in general, not just LGBT or whatever. Just agendas pushed in general, where it doesn't fit. Like it's just out of nowhere. You know what I mean? But yeah. Again, this one right here, it did suffer because it got a lot of rework on last I've heard of it.
Interpreted by filmmakers Adrian Molina, Domi Shi, and Madeline Sharafian, delivered exactly the kind of warm, oddball premise the studio built its name on. A lonely kid accidentally becomes Earth's ambassador to the galaxy. Reviews were broadly positive, and audiences even gave it an A cinema score.
Yeah.
Yet, the box office told a different story.
You're just a little kid. So, don't have to be rude about it.
Oh, no. Hey, come back. I wasn't making fun of you.
Elio scored the worst opening weekend in Pixar history and stalled at around $154 million worldwide. With reports putting his production budget somewhere between $150 million and well north of $200 million, the film significantly underperformed, reinforcing the uncomfortable trend that post-pandemic, even Pixar originals aren't guaranteed to find big theatrical audiences.
I mean, also Pixar, I think they haven't been doing that great lately. I think they hurt their rep a lot in recent time. I forgot what reason. Let me see. Elio, let's see. It says right here, inside Elio's Christopher Path, America's Fairest. Hold up. 1 second. Direct change, eraser of queer themes. Creators of Pixar who saw the original director previous cut of Elio tell THR that about the movie's challenging production process Elio just became, and then about totally nothing. Hold up. Here we go. Those who worked on Pixar while its latest film Elio was in production were delighted by the footage they saw roughly 2 years ago. Among the moments cited Ferris by those at animation studio at the time included a sequence in which the titular character collected trash on the beach and turned it into a homemade apparel that included a pink tank top. The movie's theme would refer to Elio showing this off to a hermit crab as his Chechen show. But if you bought a ticket, Elliot, you don't remember seeing this, it's not just because you chose the wrong time to refill your soda. According to multiple insiders who spoke to Hollywood Reporter, Elliot was initially portrayed as a queer-coded character reflecting original director Adriana Molina's identity as openly gay filmmaker, which again, it just doesn't work in today's market. It's heartless to say that, but it just doesn't work. Other sources say that Molina did not intend the film to be a coming out story as the character is 11, but either way, it was this characterization gradually faded away Throughout the production process, Elio became more masculine following feedback from leadership, kind of where not only such direct examples of his passion for environmentalism and fashion, but also scenes of Elio's bedroom with pictures suggest a male crush. So there you go. Again, it's just the way like because I think at this time in 2025, the way the market is looking right now, I think majority of people do not want to see a lot of LGBT stuff because a lot of the LGBT stuff got really hurt around the like even like 2017 to like 2023, because a lot of it was forced added into things that shouldn't even need to be added. For example, changing characters gay just to be gay kind of thing instead of like just becoming organic kind of thing. So all that added up to this, and we're at the bowling point where people do not even want to see that at all, even if it's like genuine storytelling at this point. It's just the way the market is right now. They just don't want to see that right now. Like I said, man, the market could be heartless in some ways, but it is what it is.
Well, if you don't need me anymore, I will begin my decomposition process. Feel free to spread me over a plant as nutritious fertilizer.
Number 2, Tron Ares.
Since time began, man has gazed at the stars and he has wondered,
that came out?
am I alone?
In another timeline, a Tron revival with Jared Leto, Greta Lee, Gillian Anderson, and Jeff Bridges, and scored by 9 Inch Nails, would have been the definition of event cinema. Instead, Tron Ares became yet another theatrical flop for the cult favorite sci-fi franchise.
Was it bad?
Much talk of AI and big tech today. Virtual worlds, what are they going to look like when we get there? Well, folks, we're not going there. They are coming here.
Despite topping the box office on opening weekend with a $33.5 million domestic debut, the film badly missed expectations and has only reached about $140 million worldwide. That might be survivable for a modest mid-budget flick, but not for a Disney tentpole with a reported production budget in the $180 to $220 million range and an all-in cost of roughly $347.5 million. To put it simply, for Tron Ares, the grid never really powered up.
What are you?
I'm looking for something. Something I do not.
I think the reason why Tron has not been doing great is because there's not really a story, to be honest. Well, again, this is the third film, right? But there's like little to no connection in some ways. The second film did are good, right? There was a connection, but this film felt like there was no connection at all. That makes zero sense to me. To like finish off the trilogy, and also I think it's just too much time has passed from the second film and the first film. It's just all over the place.
I don't understand.
Before we continue, be sure to subscribe to our channel and ring the bell to get notified about our latest videos. You have the option to be notified for occasional videos or all of them. If you're on your phone, make sure you go into your settings and switch on notifications.
Number 1, Snow White.
It was my father's kingdom. A place of fairness. But the queen changed everything.
Take him away!
Your Majesty.
What did you say?
The people need some kindness.
You know, I really don't remember you being this opinionated.
Yeah, this is one you probably saw coming. Director Mark Webb's live-action Disney reimagining almost felt doomed from the get-go, mired in controversies that all but sealed its fate. These include, but definitely aren't limited to, star Rachel Zegler's casting as the titular character, comments she made that were perceived as harshly criticizing the original film, and Gal Gadot's support of Israel amidst its war with Hamas. Gadot plays the film's version of the evil queen.
Magic mirror on the wall. Who is the fairest of them all?
Famed is thy beauty, Majesty. But a lovely maiden I now behold.
I look at you, and I just want to be the fairest of them all.
Ultimately, the film's biggest failure might simply have been its inability to resonate with audiences. On a jaw-dropping...
No, it was smart. It was literally the actors, the actresses. They hurt the film a lot. Because I remember when you bring in politics, you devise your audience for one, and then two, when you're bringing your personal beliefs with like when people are kind of already fatigued on certain things, like for example, I know it's gonna sound extremely bad, like especially for this kind of film, women empowerment, it didn't make sense because that's not what Snow White fully is about, especially with these Disney princesses stuff like that. And so, and then, like the way that she like criticized the film, the original film, she said, "Oh, we're not gonna think she's not gonna be saved by the prince, etc., stuff like that." Even though she didn't have even said to say that, because technically, like even in the original film, I believe he's only in the film for like 8-10 minutes or something like that. He's not even in that film like for that long overall. Um, but anyways, because of all of that, it ruined the whole story. Like they delayed this film so much because they even like the not true dwarfs, I guess you could say. Or again, maybe it was true. I don't know. But there was a picture of supposedly there were dwarves, but they weren't actually dwarves. It was just like tall people for the most part, except for one was the sword person, and that hurt the film too as well. It was just all bad around. And then Gal Gadot's political agenda stuff, like again, she should never said anything. Just promote the film and talk about the film, and that's pretty much it. You should never say anything about anything else because that's just how the world works, and that's how marketing works. So I don't understand when are people going to understand, or at least celebrities or people who are CEOs, whatever, but like, hey, don't talk about politics. Shut the fuck up. Just promote the film. After the film is out, you can do what you want. Obviously, you can do what you want and say what you want. But we're promoting a film. We want people to watch the film. So shut the fuck up about your personal beliefs and your politics. As crazy as that sounds, but that's the best way to get to the general audience. Just fun, fun, fun. This is Snow White. This is a Disney film. It's supposed to be just a fun goddamn film. But yeah.
Budget of nearly $300 million, Snow White has made just over $200 million. Ouch.
It's a human. What did you think I was? Nothing. Ghost.
Have you seen any of these box office bombs? Are there any we missed? Be sure to let us know.
Yeah. So there you go. Like for example, Wicked that did fine. That's like I won't say that's really a LGBT film, but like it's more of like more obviously for women to watch, and that did completely fine. I made like what almost $1 billion at this point. Like what the hell? Like I'm telling you, these stories could work. It's just you just gotta. People don't have the money for that anymore. They chose very carefully what movie deserves their money and attention these days. Yes, 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 yes. The era of actors that make movies profit just by their name is over. Yeah, and that was I think that was by design by the by the companies. I think that was by design because you're no longer see like this person is this anymore. Movies that make 100 to 200 million nowadays is considered flops. Yep. Uh, let's see. What are the advertising these movies? Never heard of them. It's because they had to focus more on advertising on online like crazy, but they keep like not fully going online, like advertising online compared to like TVs and all that. Which I think this was so important, but yeah, I don't know. They just need to like fix it. The reason it was so why it didn't do good is because it's tried to please too many people at once and ended up pleasing nobody pretty much. Yeah. You know what's crazy? Rachel, the girl that plays Snow White, I forgot her full name. She did very good. I watched the film. I mean, I skipped the singing parts somehow. But yeah, she acted very well. You know who didn't act very well? Gal Gadot. She was horrible, complete horrible, dude. She was bad, bad. Snow White, maybe the biggest bomb of 2025, but the worst picture is War of the Worlds with Amazon. Oh yeah, I remember that. Yeah, remember that. What's going to take Hollywood to stop with the comic book superhero hero crap? Also enough with the reimagined classics. Superheroes are not the problem, is them not paying attention of what people want. That's literally it. Bro, if they make an X-Men film, it will make money. If they make a like for example, obviously Avengers Doomsday will make money, It's just this face sucked that donkey dick. All right, I'll say it. It sucked ass, bro. It sucked really big effing ass. Like majority of the projects were not that great. Majority of them. There are good ones, obviously, but majority of them are not even rememberable at all. And guess what? Moon Knight supposedly may not come back ever again. Why? Because the actor is on his political belief and all that. It is what it is, you know? Supposedly. So I was like, oh my god, you guys gotta stop with this shit, dude. You guys just gotta stop. Like, just have fun. All right. An hour and 40 minutes. Still around just won $300,000 betting on a gay couple kissing during New Year's ball. Wait, people were. You could bet on that?
To say that, number one. Number two, gay couple! Gay couple! Ah! 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 Oh my god! Oh my god! I need a gay couple kissing on TV for my parlay to hit!
Oh, sponsored bet, by the way. These streamers would never put it. Oh, yeah. Yeah, I can totally see that. Yeah, I can totally see that's a sponsored bet. Like, what? Let's see. Yeah, so we have an hour and 40 minutes for us to be in the New Year's. No context, Stranger Things. The Lord of the Rings. Oh my god. Oh my god. Season 5, Ups and Downs Aside, that was about as close to perfect series finale as you can get, in my opinion. For the record, I believe. I'm not gonna say the context of that, but yeah, I thought the finale was really good. Yeah, very good storytelling, by the way. Very good storytelling, my opinion. Historic Voleric Church in Amsterdam just burned to the ground. Damn, on New Year's? Damn. Oh, they updated the artwork with all the new characters. That's really cool. Of Marvel Rivals. That's really cool. Yeah, they added Deadpool right there in the front. They added Daredevil right there. Let's see who they add also. Also the Thing and Fantastic Four. They also added Gambit and Rogue. Oh shit, they added everybody. Yeah, look at that. They added all the brand new characters. I think that's really, really cool. Really cool update. Very, very cool update. Also, I realized how they do this, by the way. So the way they do this is that they don't draw it all at once. I know it's basic logic, but I'm a dumbass, right? The way they do this, they just draw each character fully rendered, and they just place the characters like placement, and that's it. I mean, you could do it the other way too, but that's how they do it for the most part. So they could use the other renders for like other promotion and other marketing. All right, it's the year of the horse. Yeah, it's the year of the horse. Let's see. They seem to leave behind on 2025. The Boo Boos. I mean, they're already like they're gone. They're done. 6-7. Dubai pistachio chocolate. That's disgusting. And matcha coffee latte. I mean, matcha's been a thing for a while. What's your plan for New Year's? Just flip the other side. NBC opens up 2020 with this. Of course, they're wearing Planet Fitness. That's a great sponsor. What the fuck? Oh my god, a pig. Let's see. I'm just trying to see what's going on. Oh my god, yeah, that's crazy. Okay, yeah, I'm not gonna go to that right now or at all. Let's see. What's this present? A chair? Oh my god. Oh my god, dude. No mamas. Alright, guys. Let's see. PSA Naruto edition arriving including Naruto trading card. Oh, that's cool. Yeah, that's a cool card. A little basic card, but I think it's cool. Nothing too crazy, but I think it's cool. I think Naruto could be a really cool card game in general. If you give them this much ice, you think it'll be a such their stomach, right? Actually, beluga whales can't drink seawater to replace their hydration. Since they live in cold seas, they get their nutrition by eating drift ice. Apparently, what? I believe that. All right, it's a good PC right here. Look at this, a beast of a PC. But yeah, guys, if you're thinking about building a PC, you got to do it right now. If you continue waiting, you will be paying way too much money for a PC. Because I personally believe by the next 5 to 7 years, things will go back to normal when it comes to RAM and PC parts, right? I mean, like maybe 2 or 3 years. That's the prediction right now. We don't know. We'll see what's gonna happen. But yeah. So if you want to be good for the next like 5, 7 years, whatever, you got to get a new PC right now, guys. You got to get a new PC right now. Like you need to get one. Obviously that's your thing too. Like for me personally, the reason why I got one, guys. Did I turn that off? What the hell? Oh, that's time. All right. I clicked the timer. I'm an idiot. Um, but yeah, if you want to build a PC, guys, the best thing to do either you fix your PC or upgrade some parts, and that's pretty much it, really. People cook bacon this way? I don't eat a lot of bacon anymore, guys. Yeah, I mean that's all you have to do, really. Yeah, you don't have to like flatten it. Yeah, I mean I see it like a lot of fast food restaurants do that, pretty much. Just like all of that, it's like coming out, dude. It's crazy. Then you have to like drain it if you want to. Yeah, look at that. All that's just straight off fat, man. I don't eat bacon as much anymore, guys. I avoid bacon as much as possible because it's just I'm just want to stop eating pork in general. Maybe it's too late already, but I have no idea. But yeah, I'm trying to avoid it as much as possible. Anyways, let's get started on the painting, guys. Like I've been delaying this too long, so what we're gonna do, guys, finish the final gaps and let's start painting for the next hour, like quickly. Because honestly, at least I know the colors already. I've done the character on one of them at least, so we're gonna get the first character done pretty quickly. I think we'll see. Well, hopefully that'll be the case. And yeah, so let's just do the final parts right here. Just fill in the little gaps. And all right, cool. Let's just start do the painting right now. All right, we got 1.5 hours to start a big chungus painting. And what's today? Wednesday? or Thursday. Yeah, because tomorrow I'm not working, so that's good. The only reason I worked today because it was New Year's, and it was also raining too. So the days that I work extra for sure are like sometimes like holiday stuff, and when it's rain. When it rains, guys, that's when a lot of people order a lot of food. All right, I'll let you guys know. Even if you're like people who are a mile away from home, from a restaurant or whatever, a mile. I'll tell you guys right now, they will order food because they do not want to be in the rain. All right. All right, guys. So let's start. So while this kind of like drying up a little bit, I'll dry a little bit more later. Let's cut the characters and kind of go from there, and let's start painting. I think I could paint this pretty quickly, but we'll see. All right. But yeah. So, what are your goals for 2026? I have a lot of goals that I will be talking about in my video. But I pretty much already talked about it a lot lately. Like I just want to be like I'm gonna go all out as the content creator and artist. Like I'm just gonna see if I could do it, if I could become someone on the internet world. If it's too late for me, if it's like if I have what it takes, I guess I don't know what you want to call it at this point. But yeah, we'll see how it goes. Again, I'll be working and I'll be doing more art shows. I'll be promoting my stuff like crazy on the art shows. And yeah, so like I got like a couple stickers I'm gonna work on that are sketched already. So I'm gonna make for like for free giveaways and stuff like that. Uh, I want to make t-shirts. So I was thinking what kind of practical items I want to settle first on, and I really want to invest a lot of money on is t-shirts. That is gonna be the goal this year is to release 3 t-shirt designs. That's right, 3 of them. I want to start my clothing brand. This year, I think I'm ready for it. I think I could really bring in some really cool designs. I've been practicing of like for screen printing designs too as well, like minimum colors. So yeah, like the ramen one, it could technically be a t-shirt. I don't know if it's gonna be a good t-shirt, but we could give it a try. But yeah. Anyways, all right, cool. We're good with that. Let's do this. I'm not really into politics, but this was strange. Like, what the fuck happened?
If childcare is cut, I'm unable to work or go to school. I understand fraud is bad.
So when she read that, she freaked out, and it was like, I wonder why. Was it? Was that like look? Like, this is like the weirdest video I've seen. Like, I'm not gonna get into all the whole politics thing and all that. But I saw that. That shit was weird. I was like, did she just like confess or like I don't know. It's kind of weird. Let's see. Uh, 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 uh. Let's see. All right, guys. Let me take out this. Yeah, I do want to start reacting more to AEW. It's just I don't have the time for it, man. I mean, I'm gonna react to AEW again on Wednesdays, but I'm gonna see how that's gonna go. I think I'm just gonna do it after I'm done streaming, honestly. Like even if it's super late, I'll just do it. Just give it an experiment. Let's see. All right. Let's see. Oh yeah, I want to start doing that stuff. DK randomizer would be awesome. Let's see. Diaper Manis? What the diaper? Ida's why explains why she doesn't want kids with him. What is going on? Let's see. Um. Do, 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 do. Hmm. Very funny NVIDIA. Yeah, yeah, yeah. Yeah, NVIDIA. Yeah. Imagine like paying $5,000 for a graphics card, guys. Holy dude. So that means they may make the 580s or whatever new series, like the 60, whatever you want to call it. They're probably gonna make those cost maybe up to 2K even for the minimum, I think. Like the 70s, whatever you want to call it. I think the minimum is gonna cost about like 2,000 just to get the minimum now. Man, that's like a part of me wants to like go crazy and do something very drastic and buy another graphics card for my other PC, but I'm like, no, I'm doing too much. It's because like I want to be good, for a while. So it's like, because I have a 3090, right? But I don't know how long it's gonna last. Because I've been having this PC for about 6 years now. Obviously, it could probably last longer, and it probably will last longer now. Now that I'm gonna use my other PC, but it's still like it'll still be like back in my head. Let's see. Let me put music right now. Here we go. Oh wait, what happened to my chat? Oh, there you go. Sorry. There you go. Oh, come on. Oh, damn. Try to get this done quickly, guys. What the? Oh, it's really off. Okay. Oh, we're good. We're good. Sorry, I had to fix it because it got moved. You said like how it got moved, so I was like, God damn it. All right, let's start painting. I'm gonna go change my pants because I don't want to get these painted. All right. Wait, do I have a smaller yellow? I thought I had a smaller white. You get some chicken? Alright. I know, it doesn't look like much, but that's how it goes. That's how art is. Alright, let's see what's going on with the diaper situation, guys. Let's see. Can I move my camera a little bit more to the side? Let's see. Yes, I could. There you go. There you go. More to the side, because I feel like it's too much into that. There you go. Alright, let's see what's going on with the diaper situation. Yeah, I don't know what's going on.
Happy New Year, 2025
Ball
going
drop,
to the rear
diaper
view as we
minus.
go headstrong into 2026 with a smile on our face. As of me making this video right now, we're about like an hour out from the New Year's Eve ball dropping in New York. I don't know why I said an hour out. I even looked at the time. It's 9:30 p.m. as of me making this, so pretty substantial rounding down. Doesn't matter. What does matter, though, is that ball, that sacred orb, convinces people to literally shed themselves of basic dignity and human instinct in order to wait for hours upon hours in the cold temperatures in New York, unmoving, unwavering, just so they can watch it happen in person. And the meta has been for a while, if you attend one of these, you wear a diaper, so that way you don't have to like lose your spot to go find a bathroom to relieve yourself. You just piss and shit yourself right then and there. So every year you see the horror stories and the aftermath about people that literally just fucking bowels explode, asshole prolapses, pee all over the place, all just so they can watch the ball drop.
Are you serious?
And I had a few friends of mine send me a video, I guess is floating around a lot today, about a guy who got interviewed on his strategy for handling nature's call, and he uses pads. This is actually from a couple years ago, but the meta hasn't changed, and I'll show you a clip from today.
If you leave and you have to use the bathroom or even get water, you lose your spot. That's the problem.
So what do you do with the bathroom?
What do you do? I'll show you exactly what you do. Okay? Hold on, let me see.
All for your spot to watch the ball drop? Bro, what? People wear diapers to see. Oh, right there.
Let me try and find this here.
Okay, now I
see these pads?
Yeah.
You have to pee in these pads. Let me show
But
you.
you're a man. What do you do if you're a woman?
Everybody's equal. Nobody's any different.
What an inspirational, uplifting message.
What?
We're all equal. Nobody's different. If you're there in New York for the ball drop, you're surrounded by piss. It's a goddamn flood of it, and everyone's doing it. You're not cool unless you pee your pants. Men, women, they're all doing it. It's just a matter of what apparatus they're using to catch it. This guy here's got his go-go gadget period pads out for his urine. Lord help us if he has to take a shit. You know that's probably going straight onto the ground, because I don't think the pads are built to handle that kind of heft. But, you know, this is pretty standard procedure for New Year's Eve in New York.
Crazy.
For some reason, people have convinced themselves that seeing that ball drop is the most important thing for the start of the upcoming year.
Why?
So they're willing to usher in the next year with piss and poop in their pants. It blows my mind. I don't get it. I truly don't get it. That is miserable. Not only are you pissing and shitting yourself, but everyone around you is too. You are in a sea of filth. It is a cesspool. You are basically in a communal latrine, diving in there just to watch 60 seconds of a ball dropping in front of you. Now, of course, there's concerts and stuff, but you're probably not seeing those if you're like that guy at the front of the line, you know, barging his way to the very front so he can look at the ball like he's hypnotized by it.
Yeah, I don't
Oh,
get
you
it.
just
It's
put it in your underwear?
That's exactly what
and
you
then
do.
you switch and you have like bags, like
It stays there. It stays there.
This will hold for the whole day?
You make it. It will stay for the whole day. Yeah.
Oh, this is what you do?
I will be wearing. See?
What?
I'm
wearing diaper.
a diaper. This is the fucking Colts? A New Year Colts? Like, are you serious? Bro, it doesn't change every year. They don't add anything new. It just drops. That's it. Stop.
Diapers?
This is what.
This is not a diaper though. This will not
It works
hold.
too. It works too.
It works?
You're a lady.
Dude's out here driving the hard sail like he's, like, embarrassing. I can't imagine a worse way of starting a year. Quite like being surrounded by piss and shit while also sporting my own underpants full of piss and shit. And even, let's say, in a fantasy scenario, ideal circumstances, no bubble guts, you've been fasting for 48 hours prepping for this, you haven't drank a sip of liquid for the last 24, so you are able to go through this entire thing, this wait, as well as watching the ball drop, without soiling yourself at all. It's still terrible because everyone around you has. The guy next to you's probably got mud pies in his britches. Person in front of you probably stinking up the place with the fuel. But nothing's changed. This is still very normal for New Year's Eve, it seems. So here's a clip from today.
Are you coming prepared by most people wearing diapers here?
Yeah, I wear a diaper. I'm wearing a diaper now.
Okay, do you have extra just in case anybody needs one?
Yes, I got this. A diaper.
Awesome. So you're able to bless somebody if they did not wear.
That's just. I did not know this. People do this for New Year's. I don't know what to say. What the? Okay.
I bless him not peeing, especially in front of me, you know.
Awesome. Well, thank you for coming out, guys. Hope you guys have a great New Year. Can I get you guys to say Happy New Year?
I gotta tell you, no one is happier about New Year's Eve celebrations than Depends. The executives at the top of the food chain of that company must just be the happiest people on the
Ecstatic.
planet every time New Year's Eve rolls around. Sales skyrocket. But anyway, I mean, if people enjoy it, all power to them, I suppose. I don't personally understand it, but if you're out there right now, piss, poop all over the place, waiting for that ball to drop, Godspeed to you. I hope it's a cherished memory going forward. Hopefully it'll kick off your 2026 in the best possible way. For me personally, I think it's a lot more convenient just to hang around friends and family to start the year off right, being around people you know and love that aren't soiling themselves around you, attacking your senses with their waste fumes. But anyway, 2026, right around the corner. That's about it. So yeah.
I mean, I guess. Like, what the fuck? I didn't know people wear diapers over to see a New Year ball drop.
Happy New Year.
Like, that makes zero sense. Bro, emptying a full bladder in a pad so thin, so equivalent in half a roll. I think he puts some all together or something? I don't know, dude. They're literally grown babies waiting to watch a giant shiny keys jag. Let's see. Lots of people purpose during the ball drop as dirty diaper smell adds an extra layer of romance. Oh my god. I'm live in New York my whole life, and I could not tell you a single person I know that has been to the ball drop. Like, I would have done the ball drop like once, right? Just experience the ball drop, right? I guess, right? But other than that, honestly, it's like, what the hell's the point? There's nothing new. It's just, like, there's nothing changes. Maybe like see some celebrities, I guess, if they're doing a concert or something. I don't know, but like, what's the point? So weird. Disgusting. Like, what? All right, dude. There's 50 minutes left. All right. Oh, I remember her. How Predators destroyed her her reputation. I remember her. Yeah, a lot of these people just kind of vanished, right? What's this weird?
Hey guys, welcome back to Roku City, where the streets are paved with blood and all crime is legal. You know when you're trying to navigate your rapidly deteriorating smart TV and some sponsored bullshit comes up telling you to watch like Darman Christmas, and you're like, who would even click on this? I would click on this. It's been a long year, and frankly, I'm tired of thinking. It hurts my head, and I don't want to do it anymore. So I'm going on autopilot. Whatever my stupid TV tells me to watch, I'm going to. No searching, no scrolling, whatever pops up, I'm hitting play.
Hey, why didn't your brother get any? First of all, he's not my brother.
Oh no. He's drunk. Now I have to admit, the main reason I'm making this video is out of spite. I had this fun little idea for a December video where I was gonna search Christmas on every streaming service and keep scrolling and scrolling and scrolling till I got all the way to the bottom where, in my head, I would find some random-ass terrible movie that we could all make fun of and have ourselves a merry little Christmas. Well, I was wrong, because that's not how any of these fucking apps work anymore. If you search something on a streaming service, you're lucky if you get more than one page of results. So how am I supposed to find the crap? I know there's crap in here. Show it to me. There's like 14,000 titles on Prime Video, and you're telling me only 16 of them are Christmas movies? I don't believe you.
Yeah.
Hulu has a few dozen, but most of these are only available if you have Hulu with Paramount Plus with Showtime, which in spite of its impeccable branding, I don't. On Netflix, it seems like there's more results until you realize about half of these are just hour-long videos of a fire. Wednesday fireplace? What about the rest of the week? I can see that there's way more stuff in here, but none of it comes up when I search. Why can't I look for it myself? Why do I have to click on a movie first if I want to see more that are similar? I thought maybe my phone would work better, but on there, Netflix doesn't even try. Christmas movie. What's a Christmas movie? Oh, White Chicks? Groundhog Day? Benjamin Button? What about White Chicks? Groundhog Day? Benjamin Button?
Oh my
Are
god.
you sure you don't want to watch Benjamin Button? I don't want your curated list. I want a search feature that's so all-encompassing and unalgorithmic that it's showing me every episode of House Hunters that took place in a city with the word Santa in it. But even this is only going to exist until HBO gets absorbed by one of the other two companies. If you want to watch Christmas movies on Prime Video, you have to go to their holiday collection, where you'll be shown a bunch of categories that frankly don't mean anything. What's the difference between holiday cheer and festive inspiration? Those are two different things? What does home for the holidays mean? Are these romantic Christmas movies? I thought that's what this one was. Are they movies about spending time with your family? They already have a category for that. But here's my favorite
Oh
thing.
my god.
There's actually a movie in here called Home for the Holidays. But it's not in Home for the Holidays. It's in Festive Inspiration. Home for the Holidays is for Sister Swap 1 and 2. Who made this? And don't get me started on It's Giving Holiday Escape. This category is just any movie. Need an escape from Christmas movies? No! Otherwise, I wouldn't have clicked on the Christmas movie button. So anyway, that's why I decided to just give up and watch whatever they want me to. You know why? Because it doesn't matter. They're just gonna funnel you towards the same 3 things anyway, so why even bother? You're not supposed to think when you look at your phone. You're not supposed to use your brain when you turn on the TV. Your job is to sit there and stare at whatever we put in front of you. So fine, Netflix.
So what was
you
it?
win.
What was its
What
choices?
do you want me to watch? Oh man. All right, I'll talk about Stranger Things. I know I'm uploading this video before the final episode comes out, but I have a lot of opinion about the first 98% of this show, so I'm gonna talk about it anyway. Like most people, I loved season 1 of Stranger Things. The story was fun and original, it was beautifully directed, the music was fantastic. They did such a good job nailing the atmosphere that it made a lot of people, myself
season 2
included,
as well.
nostalgic for a time period they weren't even alive for. And if the show ended after one nearly perfect season like they originally planned to, I think it would have gone down as one of the greatest short-lived achievements in television history, right up there with shows like Chernobyl or Fleabag. But I don't blame Netflix.
They never end a good show on the first season. Why? Because they're gonna want to make more money, obviously.
For wanting to keep the gravy train rolling, nor do I think everything that came after it was a total waste of time. I thought season 2 was pretty good, season 3 a little bit more so.
How many children are you friends with?
And season 4 was legitimately great. I don't think it needed to be 75 hours long, but its peaks were some of the best of the entire show. But I think you can only ask for so much patience out of your audience. It's been almost 10 years since the first season came out. At this point, I'm not that excited to watch a bunch of 27-year-olds pretending to be teenagers stick their arms out and yell until their nose bleeds. The returns are starting to diminish. I've thought about this a lot, and I think I've come up with the perfect comparison. Stranger Things 5 is the same as Kingdom Hearts 3. Hear me out. The first Kingdom Hearts game is about a young boy who gets separated from his friends and family and has to fight through darkness on his journey to reconnect with them. It's simple yet effective. It's a little goofy, but it's also Donald Duck. By the time Kingdom Hearts 3 came out, 17 years later, I found myself skipping every cutscene because I didn't know what the fuck everyone was talking about anyway.
It's not the sum of our parts. It's the sum of our hearts.
And also because there's like so much in between 2 as well, from like 2 to 3. It's like insane.
Yeah! Similarly, Stranger Things 1 was a story about a young boy who was taken from his friends and family and their fight through darkness on a journey to reconnect with him. It's simple yet effective. It's a little goofy, but it's also Millie Bobby Brown. In Stranger Things 5, we learn that actually the Upside Down isn't the evil place, it's a wormhole, a bridge between the real world and the truly evil place. And the bridge has been deteriorating because Will had too many dreams about it. So now the gang, which is like 30 people at this point, has to breach the abyss so they can defeat Vecna by attacking his core in Dimension X. And Vecna's been posing as Mr. What's-It to lure a bunch of kids into his mind palace.
What's it?
His real name is Henry.
AKA Vecna. AKA 1. That's too many names.
Also, Eleven's sister is back. Definitely not because we wanted to justify that random throwaway episode we did in season 2, but because it's important to the story. What this show needs is more characters. There aren't enough characters. I think what's taken me out of the show the most at this point is the apparent lack of stakes. They always seem to be in danger. They're always saying stuff like this.
You will die! We will die! Holly will die! Everyone will die!
But then nobody ever does. Life or death situations are just temporary inconveniences. The Demogorgons ruthlessly rip through every background extra without breaking a sweat, and yet when they face any of the main characters, they're suddenly frozen in place. Like they all emanate some invisible force field that makes them invincible. Even when they inevitably kill off one or two people in the final episode tonight, it won't change the fact that they've missed every opportunity to do this throughout the show. Not only would this have made the danger actually feel real, but I think it would have better served a lot of these characters. Imagine if Steve died as a hero last season instead of the random new guy they introduced just so they had someone to kill off in his place. Imagine if Hopper actually sacrificed himself 2 seasons ago. Then he could have had a meaningful, emotional send-off instead of just getting dragged through to the finish line, even though he's not adding anything to the show at this point. What we're left with now is a show with a hugely bloated cast that spends half of their screen time just explaining things to each other. Way too much of this season is characters in a room answering questions or coming up with a plan, and they all finish each other's sentences. Yeah, I got it.
It'll probably take days.
His powers are...
And Nate, try and keep the telemetry signal within -60 and -70 dB. Get them to Murray. Smuggle them out of Hawkins. All before anyone notices they're gone.
Dick.
What?
Robin somehow has to serve as both a ditzy comic relief, but also the main deliverer of exposition, which feels kind of contradictory, but I guess they have to put this much on her plate because she's one of only a few of the young people on the cast who grew into being a good actor. Maybe it's unfair to criticize any of the individual actors when there's so many nothing performances. So is it the acting, the directing, the writing, or some combination of all three? The writing is so bad this time around, it's making me question my memory of the other 4 seasons. Were there always this many Disney Channel ass lines? Or like AAA video game writing tropes?
Dick.
What?
Sorry, did I say that out loud? I thought I was talking in my head.
That was supposed to be an inside thought.
We're going in there. We're going in there.
We're going to the scary monster place? We're going to the scary monster place.
Is that supposed to be English, freak?
And why in this universe, where evil and crazy shit has been happening for like 5 years now, do people still not believe anyone when they say that something evil and crazy is happening?
Monsters aren't real, Holly.
Monsters are real, but not the one you're talking about.
Monsters and alternate dimensions.
Who is stupid enough to believe that? You are going through withdrawal.
Robin, that doesn't make any sense. You must be high on drugs. Brother, what city have you been living in? Because it sure doesn't sound like Hawkins, Indiana. Of course, this season is not all bad. In fact, some of it's still really solid. At least half of the cast is still giving really great performances. I actually teared up when Dustin pleaded for Steve not to put himself in danger because he didn't want to lose another one of his friends. And Vecna, both in human and Demogorgon form, is a very intimidating villain. Except when you can see his legs. His legs look dumb as hell. You know, maybe in that way he's the perfect representation of what Stranger Things has become. The top half is the aesthetic that you see on the surface, a show that maintains the appearance of something competent, but is perched on top of an ever-wavering foundation. Those damn legs. They're too fragile, and we just called it quits in season 4. They would have held on until their final moments, but we got greedy. Now they're trembling under the weight of a world we made too big for its own good. Or maybe they'll stick the landing tonight and I'll be wrong. I hope so. I don't want this show to fail. I don't want it to become the next Game of Thrones. It deserves a good ending.
It was a good ending. It was a good ending, in my opinion.
I think everybody dies except for Derek and one Demodog, and together they have to repopulate the Earth.
All right,
what
do I have to watch today?
What? Himself?
What the hell is this?
Today's video is sponsored by SoFi,
Oh
the
my
local
God.
first finance company helping its members save, spend, borrow, and invest. The worst thing you can do with your money is cut it up into little pieces and feed it to your dog. But the second worst thing you can do is leave it all in a checking account that's barely earning you a cent. But that's exactly what most banks will do. With SoFi, you can flip that. When you open a SoFi checking and savings account and set up eligible direct deposit, you earn a competitive APY, and there's no account fees. That means your money isn't just sitting there, it's working for you by earning interest on every dollar you make. Are you listening?
Yeah.
Good. For a limited time, when you open a new high-yield savings account, you can earn up to a $300 cash bonus and a 0.7% boost to your savings APY with eligible direct deposit. Terms apply. So start putting your money to work. Head to
Holiday is a story that could
Hot
only exist
chocolate
in
holiday?
Christmas Town, which is what I like to call the
boring as
unspecified
fuck.
fictional city where these kinds of movies take place. You know, where it doesn't quite look like real life. It's almost like they're filming inside a snow globe. That's where this movie's set. It's your classic Romeo and Juliet story about two people falling in love in spite of the fact that they own rival hot chocolate cafes. That's right. This town has not one, but two cafes that specialize in hot chocolate, and they are right next to each other.
So you're telling me that more people buy your hot chocolate than your coffee?
I love this stuff.
Colette's Cafe is named Colette's Cafe because it's a cafe and her name is Colette. Marcus's Cafe sells sweet pastries and it's called Sweet Pastries. Now, the entire plot of this movie is
Let me
that
guess.
Colette thinks Marcus stole her hot.
Let me guess. At the end of the film, they fall in love and they combine the stories and put it into one big mega chocolate store. That's my guess. That's what's gonna happen.
Chocolate recipe. And she's freaking out about it. She's making her employees do undercover recon. She's obsessively running taste tests. Wait, why didn't she just drink it? She didn't need to stick her finger in there.
I love this stuff.
This whole thing is crazy to me because, like, I haven't had a ton of hot chocolate in my life, but aren't
Me
they all
neither.
exactly the same?
Yeah,
How many
I mean, like-
different ways are there to make hot chocolate? Surely not
No, there's a lot. There's a lot of ways. There's different flavors. Also, it depends what kind of chocolate you use.
enough that you could accuse someone of stealing yours. It's chocolate and it's hot. Both the recipe and the temperature at which it's served are in the name. But they fight about this the whole movie.
That's ridiculous.
This whole thing is ridiculous.
It's a pretty insane choice for a movie plot, but I'm mostly just upset because this was setting up for a perfect twist ending that they completely ignored. See, Colette's recipe has been passed down from her grandmother, and that's why she's so particular about it. He insists he didn't steal it from her, that it's his own proprietary recipe. So anyway, they bicker back and forth for a while, things escalate romantically,
grandma
they
had an
hook up.
affair.
Now they're laying in bed together, out of breath, smiling. They just had sex. And that's when he's like,
all right, I'll tell you, the reason I'm so certain that I didn't steal your recipe is that mine is actually pretty old. See, I got it from my grandmother.
Mine is from my grandmother.
What?
We're cousins?
But we just raw dog.
But no, there's no incest. Just boring old regular love. Actually, nothing else really happens in this movie until his cafe catches on fire, and it definitely wasn't her. She wasn't being vengeful and crazy because he stole her recipe. That would make the movie interesting. They actually never figure out what caused it. They kind of just keep beating around the bush.
Do they have any idea what caused this?
They think it came from the kitchen.
Any ideas on the cause?
Might have been an oven.
They think it just started itself.
The more time we're closed, the less money we make.
That's so true. Everybody in this movie is really smart. This guy's a construction worker, which you can tell because of his hat. And he's like, yeah, I don't know, man. You should just do it.
I'm booked for the next 2 months.
You could do a lot of the work yourself, though.
I can?
Yeah, you're just gonna need one of these hats. And so he does. They all work together because that's what Christmas is about.
I love this stuff.
Okay, great. They cleared out all the debris, but the walls are still burnt. He's gonna like paint over them? Are they gonna do the landlord special at the hot chocolate cafe? Before we even get an answer to that, Colette surprises Marcus by bashing a hole in the wall.
What are you doing?
Tearing down the wall?
Look, now we have one big cafe instead of two little ones.
If it's okay with you.
If it's okay.
Well, there it is. Well, there it is. All right, they made a big hot chocolate store. Okay.
With you. A little late to be asking that question.
We're combining Colette's Cafe and sweet pastries.
Sweet pastries here?
But sweet pastries there.
Why?
Because
I love you.
it makes sense.
Well, hard to argue with that logic.
Oh,
Sure, I
okay.
guess they could have finished the other side before turning her business into an active construction zone, but where's the fun in that? It's Christmas.
I think I'm falling in love with you.
Why is there a hole in the wall?
I love this stuff.
The best thing about watching that movie was that it updated my Hulu algorithm, and now they're recommending nothing but bangers. I'm talking Fred
really?
Claus in Spanish.
Red Claw?
¡Es hora de alocarnos!
Christmas in Tennessee.
There's no way they're gonna make it in for the Christmas Eve service tonight.
Well, why don't you sing it?
I haven't sung in years. I can't do that.
Mom, I need you to sing.
Girlie's gonna sing. Girlie's gonna
What?
sing.
I fucking hate Christmas movies, man. This is why I like the Killer Gingerbread Man. That's the best Christmas movies of all time.
Of every childlike heart tonight.
But I didn't watch any of those because I saw something called Cowboy Christmas Romance was the #3 movie on Netflix, and I knew I had to see it for myself. This movie's all about the completely unexpected pairing of a city girl and a country boy. That doesn't make any sense. They're from entirely different walks of life. What could they possibly have in common? I don't know. Ever heard of beer?
Beer?
Yeah.
I remembered you liked IPAs.
Same.
I remembered that I like IPAs too. Oh boy, the sparks are
What the hell-
flying
what the
now.
hell-
Horses are a
IPA.
lot easier for me than people. Why don't you grab a few of those apples?
Oh, no, I don't.
Grab some of the apples and give her one. And give her another 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 one.
Oh, no, I don't.
Trust me.
The most noteworthy thing about this movie to me is that the guy who plays her brother
Bless you, little brother.
might be the poutiest person I've ever seen. Everything he says is through gritted teeth.
Grab a plate if you're hungry. Yeah, coffee's over there. Chop up those peppers.
He barely opens his mouth the whole movie. It's awesome.
Cheer him. Or not. Everything okay?
Hey, come on, buddy, cheer up. It's Christmas. Sorry, Christmas Eve.
If you please, it's time for the main event of Christmas Eve.
Our December 22nd tradition. Dad's gonna sing a song.
This Christmas.
Wait, he's not. Who's singing? Why did they make it seem like he was gonna sing and then not have him even pretend like he was?
No, don't stop.
Don't stop. He never started. I do like that 2 of the ornaments on this tree are just full-sized cowboy boots. You gotta admit, that's pretty cool. And yeah, they fucking a barn. You can take the boy out of the country, but you can't take the country out of the boy.
I love this stuff.
Say what you
Barn
want about this
fucking
movie,
is
but
good.
they employed a lot of horse actors. I just hope this inspires all the young ponies out there trying to break into the industry. Keep your head up. For as long as white women have cable TV, you'll never be out of work. All right, fine. I'll talk about something good so I'm not just bitching the whole time. Forewarning, I'm about to spoil
All right, so I have not watched this show. I heard it was good. I'm gonna watch a little bit and then I'll skip it.
most of the first season of Pluribus, so maybe skip ahead if you haven't watched it yet. With that out of the way, this show is awesome. And it's been really interesting to see some of the discourse around it. The main criticism of Pluribus is that it can be agonizingly slow. Not enough stuff happens. It's a waste of time. And while I mostly disagree with this, it certainly drags at some points. I understand why it's happening. I honestly think the biggest pitfall of Pluribus is that it's gotten too popular too quickly. In the middle of the very first season, it was announced that this is already the most streamed show in the history of Apple TV. Now, this is partly because it's made by Vince Gilligan, who's responsible for 2 of the most acclaimed shows ever made, and also because only like 100 people are subscribed to Apple TV, so probably not a huge bar to clear. But having a show get so much traction before its first season is even halfway done can lead to a lot of people basing their opinion on an incomplete picture. The pilot of Pluribus is incredible. It's like a beautifully directed modern episode of The Twilight Zone. It's propulsive, it's suspenseful, especially if you go into it not knowing anything about what the fuck is going on. You can see the seeds of an apocalypse, but the specifics of it are unclear. These people are getting infected by something, but they're not turning into bloodthirsty monsters sprinting around looking for someone to kill. They're a different kind of zombie. They're human, but not entirely. It's like their free will has dissipated and they're all moving in unison towards a calling that seems out of their control. Eventually, the entire human race, with just a handful of exceptions, has transitioned into this hive mind. They each share one consciousness. They know everything everyone else thinks and feels. They have no sense of or desire for individuality because they now live to serve the same goal. To figure out why these 13 people didn't transition with them and use every resource on Earth to finish what they started.
We will figure out what makes you different.
Figure it out, why?
So we can fix it.
so you can join us.
It's such a cool premise that had me hooked instantly.
What?
And
That's
then
crazy.
nothing really happens for a while. Carol is pissed off all the time, and it's kind of frustrating to watch. She meets the other survivors, if you will, and none of them share her desire to turn things back to the way they were, which is kind of frustrating to watch. For a couple episodes, I had this feeling of like, okay, I get it. They all work together for the common good, and Carol doesn't trust them, but we're seeing the same types of scenes over and over again. So where is this going? Why am I investing in a show that doesn't seem to be moving towards something? I think the reason it feels so slow early on is because the writers are committed to organic character development, and that's something that takes time. As an audience, we often want instant gratification from the people we're watching on screen. Come on, do something. I put my phone down for this. But this isn't how real people act. And change, especially in the face of life-altering circumstances, doesn't happen overnight. Most of the criticism seems to get levied specifically towards Carol. She's paranoid, she's distrusting, she refuses to accept what's become of her life, and sure, it's not always the most fun to watch, but it always feels authentic. How is she supposed to act in this situation? In a single moment, the world as she knew it ceased to exist, and now she's stuck in this apocalyptic dystopia completely alone. These people, or whatever they are responsible for this. They're the reason her wife dropped dead in front of her. And then while still wrestling with the emotions of this, she goes to meet up with the only other people on Earth in her same position, and none of them even acknowledge that there's a problem to solve. Not only have they already made peace with things, but they think she's the crazy one. Try imagining yourself in this situation. You would be losing your mind. So why then do we expect this character to act in a way that wouldn't make sense? Just because it would be more interesting to watch? What exactly do you want this show to be? It takes literal months of grief and solitude for Carol to finally snap. We see her go through multiple stages of denial, anger, acceptance, until she finally gets so miserably lonely that she realizes she'd rather spend time with an alien that looks like a human than continue to suffer on her own. I think it's a beautiful and realistic depiction of someone's journey with grief. And maybe the problem is that's just not the story some people came to see. I think that's okay though. I respect that Vince Gilligan, knowing how many eyes are gonna be on his work at this point, is not just trying to play to the largest possible crowd. They're convicted in the show that they wanna make, and they're not gonna force certain things to happen because they're worried about some people getting bored. If you'd ask me how I felt,
I think that's actually a really good idea to a certain point, right? Because I feel if they do deliver by the time like the season ends, or like by the next couple of seasons, like big, like it gets exciting, even higher. So it's like I think the ride up like a roller coaster is so much better when you go completely down, like to go like like super like with the excitement of that. I think that's a great way to tell a story. Like you don't go too hard, too crazy with your characters right away. You want to slowly burn that kind of thing in some ways. Kind of like in anime. You know how like in fight scenes in anime, it starts off slow, right? Like it doesn't go too crazy battles, but then it goes crazier and crazy. So like they build that up kind of thing, and then sometimes they go too far. But like I feel like that's the way I think things should be in general. So honestly, I will watch this show. I'm very curious about this show. He did spoil it, but like again, I expected that, but it's all good. Because again, I don't know everything that happened in between. He just because it's like it's a summary
about Better Call Saul after the first season, I would have said it's pretty good. I enjoyed it, but ask me how I feel after watching season 6, and I'll tell you it's one of my favorite shows ever made. I'm all in on Pluribus. I expect a similar.
Yeah, I think it's like a slow burn, and then second season where things will get picked up once the mystery is resolved, and then season 3 or whatever season they're thinking of going with.
Similar trajectory because Ray and Vince and his crew are too talented to disappoint. And even if the plot stalls from time to time, at least you know the detour they're taking is the scenic route. Anyway, that's my video about the 4 things I watched this month. Sometimes on YouTube, you spend 2 months writing an essay about capitalism and...
Oh my God. I think there's too many choices, honestly. I really don't like too much. I've been watching YouTube lately, like a bunch of Yu-Gi-Oh videos again as well. Like that's what I've been doing in recent time. 20 minutes. For la New Year. Wait, did he play the video of the New Year or is he still editing?
Nope. We're too far ahead. Street Fighter McDonald's. What part? You have to clip it. If you want it, chat, you gotta clip it. What part? Is it the whole conversation? Because the whole conversation was like 15 minutes. You know? But they ought to iron it out. Oh, direct ever.
Was that this year?
It's so much worse than I remember. And I'm okay with the combat. It's like, yeah, it's simple, but it's fine. But like, dude, like figuring out where to go and like what to do is abhorrent. Like it's just running around fun, man. The level design is like atrocious. It's bad. Even my daughter is like, Dad, can we play something else? Like, too thick. Our first YouTube. Oh, shit.
Hold up.
Hiya! Okay. Gonna be airborne? Oh, he has a special voice line for that.
This is not gonna do nearly as much damage as I'd like it to. Oh! I'll shut up!
Okay.
Let's go! Let's go!
Oh yeah, was this like the masterclass?
Oh shit!
You knew the mid was coming. I'm so confused. What the hell is going on? I hate it. That was
I hate it.
Great. That makes me feel very good. A lot of people said similar things where it like really helped them understand Tekken a lot more.
Oh, by the way, I'm thinking about doing Final Fantasy another run again. I think it'd be really fun, but this time like just kind of like know what I know now and just see what I can like get the other stuff and get the like better build and all that kind of stuff. Just for like the build up for part 3, because I think part 3 will be announced this year, pretty much this year or next year. Sorry, it's still like 20 minutes. Wait, what? Miskiff assaulted an LTK owner NMP law, which resulted in him getting kicked in 2023.
Now, let's talk about this.
What?
On or about
Tips out on why Miskiff got kicked out on LTK cites Miskiff assaulting LTK owner during a meeting, and Miss Jones just a few months later. I mean, Miss Jones, I think it was deserved because Miss Jones is retarded. I'm sorry.
April 17th, 2023, Miskiff was in a physical altercation during an owners meeting of OTK, a meeting of its talent equity holders, which required the intervention by myself. So Tips Out had to stop a physical altercation and multiple others present to stop Miskiff from further attacking another owner of OTK.
Who would that be?
It has to be NP, yeah.
Probably Nick. Low-key.
Yeah, I could probably see Nick,
Like,
yeah. Like,
who
who else
did
would it
Miz
be?
beat up or fight or get beat up by? I don't know. You know, who was he fighting? April 17th.
Asmund wouldn't do anything that would cause somebody to hit him.
Yeah.
Because in real life he's just not like that. He doesn't.
And
cause
Seer
anything
would
that way.
also wouldn't do nothing. Like, no, Seer's not. Oh no.
Whatever he would say, you could offload that to some shit like this guy's, like he just. Whatever. He wouldn't think that Esfan is being ill-spirited.
It has to be
NMP though.
Yeah, NMP, I can totally see that. Yeah, NMP.
Oh wait, is Esfan not in the game? No, he is, right?
Yeah.
NMP 100%. I would. I don't like. Yes, I don't like to speculate about shit like this, right? But since we're speculating, NMP 100%. NMP can be a fuckhead.
Yeah, he could be an asshole. I'm pretty sure.
He said on this one it was Nick. Okay. Well, NMP be a fuckhead. Absolutely condescending, annoying, patronizing, ugly, shit like that.
All right, now look.
Yeah, it's totally Nick.
2023, yo. Was he on the roids then or what? What was he doing, man? Do I have to say allegedly or something? Was he on roids? I don't know. Didn't he admit to using steroids?
The cow
If
is
I'm wrong,
like
let me know
he
in the
live on
comment section.
So yeah, I can totally see it could be NP because you could be a fucking asshole, like in general. You could really be an asshole. Like the way that he talks, the way he like kind of like speaks and all that. Like, yeah, he could be really fucking asshole when he wants to be.
On or about September 26, 2023, Mizkif was involved in a second violent incident with another content creator, proportions of which were
honestly, Miss Jones, like I feel like he deserved it.
recorded on a video
Of all
later
the stuff he
publicly
came out with,
released.
come on.
Based on information available to OTK at the time, the incident resulted in serious injuries to the other individual, including reported head and dental
Yeah,
injuries.
that was a coincidence, but that one's not.
Yeah, that one's like
Welcome back to the Yu-Gi-Oh! Master Duel Shadow Lock Season 2. Now, over the course of...
Yeah, I think that one right there, the Miss Jones stuff, is questionable. Like, because again, Miss Jones is like fucking dumb, dude. He says a lot of liar bullshit things all the time. But
Now,
yes, I mean, more things are gonna be coming out, guys, for the lawsuit for sure. No, Esther and Miss, I don't think they will ever fight. I think they'll disagree on stuff, but I don't think Miss will ever fight Esther. I just don't see that. I don't think Esther will say something like crazy like NMP would. Yeah, to be fair, Miss Jones deserved that. That's what I'm saying. Like a lot of people are like, yeah, Miss Jones, yeah, I don't really feel bad about him, dude. Because yeah, he lied about a lot of stuff, dude. Like holy shit. Let's see. Go. But yeah, the New Year's is on the middle of the week, which is kind of crazy. We're gonna head out on New Year's. Let's see. Stranger Things series finale drops on New Year's Eve. Yeah, I thought it dropped a long time ago, but I was like, oh, okay, I just watched it. I was like, oh, it's right now. Supposedly it crashed. I don't know. Generally the best year of my life. Thank you and Happy New Year. I mean, yeah, Rosie did a lot this year with wrestlers and collab with other people. He has his own success too as well. So yeah, I mean it was good. Let's see. Happy New Year's go. Oh my god. Duffer Brothers say that 11 had to go so the other characters could move on. There was never a version of the story where 11 was hanging out with the gang at the end. For our characters to move on in the story of Hawkins and Upside Down. I mean, I guess. But I don't know. The ending didn't make sense. I mean, it is an open ending. I will say that. Yeah, it was an open ending. Oh, sweet. My post of Sirius got like almost 68 likes. Noise. Okay, here's the one thing I don't understand. There's a person that's complaining about the AI stuff on Twitter, but they're also using the AI stuff on Twitter as well. That doesn't make zero sense to me. Like that's just me though. That does not make sense to me at all. Ray was streaming with Agent casually eating Popeyes until he randomly dropped the N-word in front of Agent and his parents and nobody even realized. Cause I'm telling you guys right now.
I feel if you put a chicken over here, somebody gonna come take it.
Like I'm telling you, like the way, cause he learned English from them, dude. What do people expect? Yeah, he says that all the time. Like, yeah. By the way, yeah, this whole thing, like, yeah, it's not. You never online. It's always gonna be decisive. Let's see.
Like the viewfinder, extremely masculine chin, which is also why I like the buzz cut because it like
Wait. I thought she didn't want kids because she just didn't want kids, but she said she don't want kids with idols because he's the bitch.
fascinating because like if I look at you, even in like the viewfinder, extremely masculine chin, which is also why I like the buzz cut because it like emphasizes your chin and your like heavy brow. Like I would argue you have one of the most part of the reason why I don't want to have a child with you is because I'm terrified if we have a girl that she's gonna have all your masculine features.
Brow. Isn't that interesting? I think about that a lot.
Yeah, fascinating because like if I look at you, even in
What?
like the
Oh,
view.
okay, that's just a joke, bro. I don't like this thing where like anything and say it in a joking manner. It's like, oh, that she's a piece of shit. Which, hey, I could agree to a certain point, but just I feel like that's just nah. AI is taking the clothes off women. AI is taking jobs. AI is taking RAM. AI is taking GPU, and AI is taking clothes. Oh my god, yeah. Claim he will keep smoking and drinking for the rest of his life. God, yeah, right. Yeah, right. 11 will return in Avengers Doomsday, guys. Okay, that's okay. Yeah, you know what? I gotta really stop scrolling on Twitter on stream, guys, because things could go left field out of nowhere. They could go left field out of nowhere, dude. So that's just something. All right. All right. So I gotta add the heavy shading for the red, and then I'm adding the tan color in the bottom here. So let's do that right now because we can also use it for the Fox character too. So it's a win-win. Yeah, it's missing like the heavy shading, guys. By the way, anybody cares? All right. I'm actually kind of excited for 2026. Like, I really am for content, for art shows. Like, I am nervous about doing a lot more art shows because I'm mostly going to be doing it by myself, sadly. Because I don't think I could ask anybody to come with me without like obviously like trying to like pay them or obviously offers them something other than just a free ticket, right? Um, but I'm not in that position right now where I could like hire somebody to come with me. Maybe in the future, but or at least get a helper and offer more. Like there is something I could probably do for Anime Expo. Is I pay most of the hotel, right? If they want to like get a bed, an extra bed, will be like what $20, $30, which won't be that crazy. So I'll probably just upgrade it myself. So I'll be able to pay for the motel and then obviously the drive around stuff like that. But other than that, I won't be able to afford and paying them. But at least they got free. They go to Anime Expo for free. All they got to do just help me out with like not for the whole show, but just like when I enter the bathroom, which is like rare, not that much by the way. uh, bump bump bump. 6 minutes. Wait, is there like a LA countdown? Let's see. LA New Year live. Los Angeles fireworks. Let's see. 6 minutes left, by the way. Why is there fireworks already? We're not getting 25 nostalgia. I'm excited. 6-7. Oh my god. at Disneyland. Wait, he's making the clip channel right now. The clip video right now. Oh, I thought he got it done. I wonder what happened. I just realized. I thought Mexican got it done already.
Six minutes. Oh fuck, baby.
I'm really hungry, by the way.
Oh shit! What? Oh shit!
Oh, did he play Arc Raiders?
I'm fine.
Oh yeah, I think he did.
There was a sequel.
Yeah, so he's working on the.
Kajma, thank you for the 10 gift subs as well, dude.
What? Hold up.
What did you do? Red. I would like it to be people keep wanting. Harsh there.
Yes, I think this is good.
Let's see. That ain't right.
Yeah, what?
Ain't right. The city. It's called. The hell's it called? It's gonna come out here. That's crazy. GTA, the year of. Actually, you know what? Of all things, not related to me, but 2026 is the year of GTA 6, bro.
Oh, 100%.
It definitely is the year.
Yes,
of
it
GTA
is.
6,
Yes, it is.
dude.
Yes, it is. Unless it gets delayed again. Unless it gets delayed again.
God damn, just freaking god damn. That game better come out. Don't mess up anything more. Whoever the hell's making that shit, Rockstar. Don't mess this shit up anymore, okay? It fucking better come out. Let me watch a little bit of this with you, okay? Let me just sit here.
By the way, guys, only the big streamers will be able to stream GTA, guys. Only the big streamers.
Over here. I'm gonna watch a little
If
bit of
you're,
this with you.
I mean, no, that's not fair, but
big old baked potatoes with some family. Did you know that the distance between fucking God right now? Yeah.
Oh yeah, so this is 2024.
2, 1. If anybody else, no one else.
Yeah, like, look, I got some clips that like for sure I'm gonna do for my video. That I'm just gonna put together to see if I could like do some really cool stuff with it. Because yeah, I want to showcase that side, you know, not just only art and everything. Like when I play the betas and all that. All right. 3 more minutes. 3 minutos. We light them all up at the same time. Oh my god, for fireworks. Oh my god. Refunds on wrong or missing takeout orders. Yeah, they have to get full refunds, no more partial refunds anymore, by the way. Yeah, I saw that. You know what I also saw? People are doing AI posts of like what do you call it? AI posts of like them delivering food, dude. It's crazy. Arrest is made in 2 separate Los Angeles fatal hit and runs. What the people are drinking and driving. I'm pretty sure. Oh my god, dude. Why? Why? Just get a fucking what do you call it? Uber. Like what the hell, dude? Or a Lyft, whatever you want to call it at this point. Asmongold just won? Like the bot views or something, or
Hassan isn't a fan of the idea that Nick Charlie went out there and exposed all this fraud, because he rushed to Twitter to say, I don't know what kind of fraud Somalis and daycares are doing, but I think it's a separate crime to try and storm with a camera into daycare with kids in it. And the most ridiculous part about this is he didn't storm into a daycare with kids in it. He stormed into a empty building that...
Oh, what? Oh, that's weird. That's... All right, let's see. That's weird. What? I'm moving on. Like, I'm moving on. Yep, phase is ending. Yep, the whole shebang of that. Let's see. Where's my music, by the way? AI is ruining everything. Oh yeah, AI fucking sucks, dude. It's ruining a lot of things right now. All right, 1 more minute. Oh! No! I missed the timer! Oh my god, Happy New Year! I was so into the painting, dude, and I missed the New Year countdown. Oh, I literally saw a minute, and I was like, all right, we're good. I was gonna look up, and 10 seconds already passed. What the? What happened? Oh my god, I had one job. One job to do. I can't, bro. I just can't. I just can't believe it. But Happy New Year. I just I had one job. Oh my god. All right. Well, all right. Oh my bro, I looked up for 1 sec. I feel like it was like couple 30 seconds, something like that. Oh, why, man? Why? All right. It is what it is. I guess that's I'm starting New Year. Hopefully that's a good sign to I'm so focused on what I'm doing that that I'm gonna be like I'm gonna be killing it in 2026, guys. I'm gonna be doing a lot of cool stuff. Oh, at least that's what I hope. All right, let's see. All right, let's do this one. Let's start the new year with a top 10, guys. Top 30 products that were banned after people died.
It breaks my heart knowing that Carlos is gone. But what about someone else's Carlos, you know? Someone else's brother.
Welcome to Watch Mojo. And today we're counting down our picks for the items that were taken off the market after someone lost their life.
So the food poisoning of people, is that just the cost of doing business for your company?
We won't be considering prescription drugs or other medical products. Number 30, magnetics.
Melissa Palmer says her 2-year-old son Benjamin swallowed 2 magnets that slipped out of their plastic casing, and he needed emergency surgery for internal injuries.
This building set featured powerful magnets that enabled kids to construct anything they could imagine. The box came with a warning that it contained small parts that posed a choking hazard to young children. However, that wasn't the only danger associated with magnetics. The cheaply made plastic pieces had tiny magnets inside them. They broke apart easily, and toddlers could swallow them without choking. If a kid swallowed more than one magnet, they could attract each other inside the body and cause serious internal damage.
Ooh,
that's what
crazy.
happened to a
I didn't even think about
2-year-old
that.
boy who died after swallowing some magnetics pieces in 2005.
Crazy.
Several other kids had to have emergency surgery but fortunately survived. The U.S. Consumer Product Safety Commission issued a recall in 2006.
Kids just love this toy, but beware. The magnets in these magnetics building sets are so popular, they attract through flesh and bone.
Number 29, Better Homes and Gardens Aromatherapy Room Spray.
An aromatherapy spray may contain deadly bacteria. That's the
Wait,
reason
what?
Walmart is recalling nearly 4,000 bottles
What?
of Better Homes and Gardens branded
A
essential
smell?
oil infused spray with gemstones.
Imagine buying an air freshener to deodorize your house and later finding out that every time you've used it, you've been spraying deadly tropical bacteria into the air. That's what
What the-
happened to people who bought Better Homes and Gardens essential oil infused aromatherapy room spray with gemstones in 2021. It was contaminated with Burkholderia pseudomallii, a bacterium so dangerous that the CDC warns it could be used as a bioweapon. If you're infected with it, there's about a 10% chance you'll die if you're diagnosed and treated quickly. Even if you survive, you're likely to have long-term side effects. 2 people died after using the Better Homes and Gardens room spray, and hundreds more had to decontaminate their homes or risk suffering the same fate.
Crazy.
Number 28, Pillow Fort weighted blankets.
A consumer alert, Target recalling more than 200,000 Pillow Fort weighted blankets.
If you name your blanket Pillow Fort and market it in colors like unicorn pink and space navy blue, you have to assume kids will play with it. Given that, the design needs to be safe for them to use unsupervised. That was not the case for this weighted blanket sold at Target. The removable waterproof cover was easy for kids to open, but impossible to breathe through. In 2022, 2 girls, ages 4 and 6, on a North Carolina military base, unzipped the cover and got trapped inside and asphyxiated. Target recalled the blankets in December of that year.
The heads up for parents, Target recalling weighted children's blankets after a report of 2 girls killed while using them at Camp Lejeune.
Number 27, Rely tampons.
I just found out about something great. It's Rely, a new tampon from Procter & Gamble. It's really different and better.
This product did its job a little too well. Although Procter & Gamble's Rely wasn't the only brand of super-absorbent tampon on the market in the 1970s, it did become the most notorious. Rely used a unique combination of materials to soak up fluid, and it was incredibly effective. It would also swell up to a huge size, so much so that it was known to cause lacerations when it was removed. This massively increased the risk of toxic shock syndrome, a rare but serious condition that can be fatal. In fact, studies showed that women who used Rely contracted TSS more often than users of any other brand. At least 1 woman died, and Rely was pulled from the market in 1980.
You know, it could be toxic shock syndrome. That would explain the rash. But there's no liver or renal dysfunction.
Have you considered erythema multiforme?
No one asked you.
Number 26, Simplicity Cribs.
The plastic hardware can break or deform, causing the drop side to detach. When the drop side detaches, it creates a space between the drop side and the crib mattress. Infants and toddlers roll into this space and become entrapped, which can lead to suffocation.
The shoddy design of these cribs led to the deaths of 11 infants and numerous other terrifying close calls. Simplicity made so-called drop-side cribs, meaning one side could be lowered to make lifting the baby in and out easier. However, the plastic parts that held the movable side together had a tendency to break. This created a gap between the crib wall and the mattress.
Why would they use
Babies
cheap
could fall
parts for
into
something
that
like
gap
that?
and get strangled
What
or
the
suffocate
fuck?
with their faces pressed to the mattress. The company first tried to fix the problem by sending out repair kits, but after multiple tragedies, it was forced to recall around 1 million cribs. Simplicity eventually went out of business.
If you have a drop side crib, call the manufacturer and ask for an immobilizer. Many companies make them to secure the drop side railing.
Number 25, Ace Bayou beanbag chairs.
Ace Bayou is recalling about 2.2 million of these beanbag chairs due to suffocation and choking hazards following the deaths of 2 children.
Why would a company put a zipper in a beanbag chair and then slap a warning label that says never to open it? Do they think kids read warning labels?
Yeah,
why not just get rid of the zipper?
Why would they put the
Ace
zipper?
Bayou learned that the hard way in the 2010s after
makes
a
no sense.
13-year-old boy and a 3-year-old girl died in separate incidents. The kids had opened the bags and climbed inside and suffocated after inhaling the foam beads they were stuffed with. Parents should be able to buy something as simple as a beanbag chair without worrying that a stupid design flaw will endanger their child's life.
This is a huge wake-up call for all parents and children. More than 2 million beanbag chairs are being pulled from store shelves after 2 children suffocated after crawling into their beanbag chairs.
Number 24, goal setter wall-mounted basketball goals.
In Indiana, a 14-year-old boy died after a basketball backboard fell on him.
In 2018, a 14-year-old Indiana boy was playing basketball when the hoop detached from the wall and fell, crushing him. The goal weighed well over 200 pounds, and the boy was killed almost instantly. Yet it took another 4 years before goal setter recalled the defective product. In the meantime, another person broke their leg when the goal fell on them, and yet another suffered major facial injuries.
Bro, what the
Anyone
fuck
who's
is going on?
mounted a heavy object on a wall or has basic understanding of physics knows that it's crucial for the hardware to be sturdy and reliable. It's hard to believe the company wasn't aware of this. You can still buy goal setter hoops, and presumably they now come with better mounting equipment. Number 23, Xylon body armor.
Now you're probably wondering how something
Body armor?
this light and flexible can actually stop bullets. Well, there's only one way to find out.
It's bad enough when faulty products injure or kill people due to a company's negligence. It's
What?
far worse when the company knows its product is dangerous and covers it up. Second Chance Body Armor made bulletproof vests out of Xylon, which is stronger than Kevlar. The problem is that Xylon degrades quickly when it's exposed to light, heat, and humidity, which is pretty likely when it's being worn all day by police officers. In 2003, California officer Tony Zappatella was shot and killed while wearing Xylon armor. A whistleblower revealed that the company had known for years that Xylon degrades fast and had hidden the information. Lawsuits started piling up, and Second Chance Body Armor was soon a thing of the past.
Wow.
Maybe they should get some kind of body armor, like I told you.
Some bullshit.
Yeah,
I'm thinking you might be right.
Number 22. WeGo Kite Tubes. Similar to Rely tampons, this product did exactly what it was designed to do. Kite tubes are inflatable rafts that you can hook up to the back of a boat. If you get going fast enough and lean back at the right angle, they launch themselves into the air. WeGo Kite Tubes were known to sail 30 or 40 feet high, dipping and diving in unpredictable ways. This often caused riders to go flying off them. If they hit the water at a high speed, they could be seriously hurt. After a litany of injuries, including punctured lungs, a broken neck, and 2 deaths, the maker Sport Stuff pulled them off the market and eventually went out of business.
Damn.
Number 21. Home elevators.
In-home elevators with hazardous gaps can seriously injure or kill small children.
In recent years, tens of thousands of these items from multiple different brands have been taken off the market due to the dangers they pose to children. The most common hazard is a gap between the exterior door and the elevator itself. Kids can sneak in there and get crushed when the elevator moves. You might think that families who have these elevators should just take simple precautions like locking the outside door. But some of the most tragic incidents have happened in vacation rental houses, where the family wasn't familiar with the elevator and didn't know it was dangerous. If you ever stay in a house with an elevator, make sure that small kids can't get access.
Trying to get them out, and so we pushed the button so the door would open, and at that point it had homed to the second floor in all the chaos of him being in there, and it came down.
Number 20. Burger King Pokeballs. In the late 90s, Burger King looked to get in on the Pokemon craze. To promote the first movie, the fast food giant gave away dozens of Pokemon toys inside small plastic Pokeballs.
Oh yeah, I remember those.
Unfortunately, these proved a choking hazard for young children.
Once you put them up to your mouth and you suck on them, like it kind of like sticks to your mouth, and then you can't get any air, and then you pass away.
On December 11th, 1999, a 13-month-old baby suffocated to death on one of the Pokeballs, prompting officials to demand a recall. Burger King refused, stating their desire for an autopsy report proving that the Pokeball had caused her death.
What?
A few weeks later, an 18-month-old nearly suffocated on another Pokeball but was saved by her father. It was only then that Burger King agreed to recall the item, and they were fiercely criticized for their slow response. Number 19. Mini hammocks. In the mid-90s, various companies were ordered to recall their mini net hammocks as they came without spreader bars. Without the spreader bars, the hammocks were not held open and had a tendency to twist around people who were entering or exiting the hammock.
Wait, why don't you just get someone who works there?
No, this is gonna work. And
oh wow! It's spasming. Don't move.
This was especially problematic for young children who were prone to strangulation owing to their small and easily caught throats. The Consumer Product Safety Commission received reports of 12 deaths between 1984 and 1995, prompting them to officially recall and ban the sale of Hang 10 and Twin Oaks mini hammocks in 1996. Number 18. Peloton Tread Plus. The COVID pandemic has greatly increased the popularity of Peloton treadmills as people look to exercise in the safety of their homes.
Peloton, come on, let's get this workout started.
Unfortunately, heavy and speedy exercise equipment comes with an inherent danger factor. In March 2021, Peloton revealed that a young child had tragically passed away in an accident involving their Tread Plus treadmill.
Children should not be sucked under a conveyor belt that can kill them.
The following month, the CPSC asked consumers to stop using the product, citing the aforementioned death and dozens of other injuries involving both pets and humans.
We did make a mistake by not engaging with the Consumer Product Safety Commission in a more productive dialogue earlier in the process.
In May, 2 months after the child's death, Peloton finally succumbed to industry pressure and recalled all of their Tread and Tread Plus products, while apologizing for the delay in action. Number 17. Reebok heart-shaped charm bracelets. Between 2004 and 2006, Reebok gave away heart-shaped charm bracelets at nationwide shoe retailers. The bracelets were a free gift that could be obtained by buying certain brands of children's shoes. Measuring about 8 inches long, the charm bracelets were silver in color and the name Reebok was engraved on the heart. Unfortunately, these bracelets were found to contain dangerous levels of lead, and a 4-year-old child from Minnesota tragically passed away from lead poisoning after swallowing a piece of the bracelet. A voluntary recall was issued in March of 2006, banning the gifting and reselling of Reebok charm bracelets. Number 16, Audi TT Type 8N. While still in production today, the Audi TT, specifically the Type 8N, received some significant press coverage in the late 90s and early 2000s owing to numerous fatalities associated with the car. The 2000 Audi TT suffered from stabilizer issues, resulting in a loss of control at high speeds.
It's supposed to be like a fast car?
Fatal accidents typically occurred when drivers were recklessly speeding and either making sharp turns or abrupt lane changes. The car would veer out of control and either roll over or smash into the nearest obstacle, killing the occupants.
Oh my God. No, sliding all over the shop. Just listen to the tire squeal.
Audi recalled the vehicles and replaced various parts, including the front and rear stabilizers, control arms, and shock absorbers. Number 15, Kratom. An evergreen tree from Southeast Asia, Kratom is used for a wide variety of purposes.
And I measure it out, 3.95 on the dot. Some OJ, and then I drink it all down.
It treats chronic pain and withdrawal symptoms, increases alertness and energy like caffeine, and is used in a similar manner to alcohol to improve sociability.
You feel energized, you feel relaxed, you feel the pain kind of melt away.
Unfortunately, it also comes with a slew of adverse effects, including death. Hundreds of people have reportedly died from kratom overdose, including 152 people in the United States between 2016 and 2017.
I'm drawn to the arguments that if there's absolutely no formal studies out there and we're just having people wing it, that scares me.
While popular for its purported health benefits, kratom is banned in a number of countries, including Ireland and the UK, as well as several U.S. states.
If we made
it more available, that people would use it like an opiate, overuse it like an opiate, become dependent on it like they do with an opiate, and then have to go through withdrawal.
Number 14, Jalisco Mexican products.
Jalisco?
Los Angeles was rocked by a horrible outbreak of listeriosis throughout 1985. A bacterial infection, listeriosis targets pregnant women and newborns with particular alacrity. Unfortunately, the 1985 outbreak resulted in the deaths of 10 newborns and 18 adults, while simultaneously causing 20 miscarriages. The tragic cases were eventually linked to Jalisco Mexican Products, a company that manufactured Mexican cheese. The company's unlicensed employees were reportedly making the cheese with raw milk in its unsanitary plants, resulting in the fatal bacterial infections. Following a massive recall of the cheese, Jalisco's owner and head cheesemaker were sent to prison, and the company eventually shuttered its doors.
Damn!
Number 13, Peanut
butter?
Peanut butter.
What?
The United States was very weary of peanut butter in the late 2000s.
Anaphylaxis, begin phase 2. Yes, Dr. Lagoon!
Peanut butter! No! Stop! Anything but that! Help!
What?
According to the CDC, over 700 people had fallen ill and 9 had died after suffering a nasty case of salmonella. However, the real number was probably higher, as many cases of salmonella go unreported.
You're not hungry either? Okay. Okay, it's fine.
A massive investigation was launched, combining the forces of the FDA and the CDC, and the outbreak was traced to Peanut Corp's processing plant. The case was historic for a number of reasons.
Food safety lost out to greed.
Not only did it launch the biggest food recall in American history, but it also resulted in the harshest punishment ever given in a food-related court case.
Really?
Stuart Parnell, the owner of Peanut Corp, was sentenced to 28 years in prison.
This former CEO is already 61 years old, so they're calling this a virtual life sentence.
Number 12.
Damn! All because he wanted like cheap on his products?
The Japanese auto parts manufacturer, Takata, was mired in controversy from the very beginning. Its headquarters in Germany saw multiple deaths, and in 1995, the company was at the center of a major seatbelt recall. But the biggest and most expensive controversy began in 2013. Takata held 20% of the airbag market, but many of them were dangerously defective.
How fast do you reckon you were going?
5 miles an hour, maybe.
That all?
Yeah, I was just trying to go through the stop sign.
Problems with the inflator and the propellant resulted in sharp pieces of shrapnel severely injuring and killing occupants of Takata-installed cars.
And I'm puzzled because the vehicle doesn't look that damaged.
The defective airbags resulted in hundreds of injuries and at least 27 deaths, and over 40 million cars were pulled, making this the largest vehicle-related recall in American history.
I called NHTSA. They tell me, do not drive your vehicle. Your recall notice says your car can kill you or seriously injure you.
Takata subsequently went bankrupt in 2017 as a result of the steep cost of compensation. Number 11, Toyota floor mats. On August 28, 2009, a major news story caught the attention of the nation. An off-duty highway patrol officer was stuck in a speeding car with his family. As the vehicle was traveling at 100 miles per hour, a passenger called 911 and pleaded for help, stating that the brakes weren't working.
We're going north 125. Our accelerator's stuck.
The car eventually crashed and all 4 occupants died.
What the fuck?
Later investigations revealed that Toyota cars had been linked to thousands of cases of unintended acceleration. The problem was eventually traced to the floor mats in Toyota and Lexus vehicles, which were jamming the gas pedals and causing the vehicles to speed wildly out of control. Millions of cars were recalled, and the accountable floor mats were destroyed and redesigned.
Simply put, Toyota's engineers weren't up to the job on this one.
Number 10, Ford Pinto. Did you know that Ford was tried for reckless homicide? In the late 70s, the motor company was taken to court for the deaths of 3 Indiana teenage girls. The weapon, a Ford Pinto.
We built Ford Pinto to be a rugged, reliable, basic car, just like the one Doc Gibson started out with 60 years ago.
When this stylish car was hit from behind, the gas tank could explode. It wasn't the only subcompact car with this problem, but it also emerged that Ford knew about the issue and didn't fix it.
On that guy.
The 3 teens from Indiana were sitting inside the Pinto when it was struck by a van. The subsequent lawsuit was one of 117 related to rear-end accidents in the Pinto.
With this new optional glass hatchback, exciting new front-end styling, and this new flip-up removable roof option.
Ford won that lawsuit, but lost another famous case, Grimshaw versus Ford Motor Company, which also involved a fatal fuel tank fire. They recalled the automobile in June 1978. Number 9, Infantino's baby slings. Baby wearing was a popular trend in the early 2000s. New mothers and fathers would carry babies on their chest in open sling bags.
I remember that.
It was a way to keep the baby closer to the parent while running errands, and Infantino touted it allowed for bonding between parent and infant. However, after 3 infants suffocated, Infantino recalled their Sling Rider and Wendy Bellissimo slings in 2010, announcing a replacement program. The Consumer Product Safety Commission warned parents not to use the slings for babies under 4 months, stating that they could restrict breathing and block airways in certain positions. Number 8, buckyballs. Kids will eat literally anything, as long as it's not vegetables, including completely inedible objects. And it's this fact that led to the demise of the magnetic toy buckyballs, which took the US by storm in 2009. Although intended for older children and adults, buckyballs were often swallowed by children. When 2 or more were ingested, the superpowered magnets would connect, causing absolutely horrendous internal tears. In fact, magnet toys caused an estimated 2,900 emergency room visits between 2009 and 2013, including one death.
Of the parent for letting them play that toy that was not meant for them?
This prompted the U.S. Consumer Product Safety Commission to issue a recall in 2012.
On our packaging, it says keep away from all children in 5 different places. We have a vigorous safety program that...
Yeah, I think that buckyballs, I don't think it's the fault of them. I think it's the fault of the parent, because they literally have warnings on it. What?
You know, we don't sell to stores that market to children.
In response, buckyballs inventor Craig Zucker went to war, waging a public relations campaign against the commission. He ultimately lost.
Really?
Number 7.
That's crazy.
Effed up. Remember Four Loko?
I was thinking for
Four
the dinner
Loko?
beverage, we have a Four Loko watermelon from '09.
The alcohol caffeine beverage was famously banned by some states after a spate of hospitalizations, prompting Four Loko to remove the caffeine, taurine, and guarana.
Number one, are we going to limit the amount of alcohol? Because it's 11.9%, which is very high.
Bro.
And number two is, can we limit the places that people can get them?
Well, F'd Up was basically the Canadian version of the original Four Loko, albeit with way less caffeine. The drink was pulled from convenience store shelves after a teen death in 2018. 14-year-old Atina Jarvet was found dead after a house party, and it emerged that she'd been drinking F'd Up. The media calls the intoxication caused by such concoctions as wide-awake drunk. Due to this feeling, some people don't realize how drunk they are until it's too late. Number 6. Infant sleep positioners. Produced by multiple companies, infant sleep positioners were marketed as a means to prevent flathead syndrome, acid reflux, and sudden infant death syndrome, or SIDS. However, all of these claims were unproven. Worse, these positioners created a serious suffocation risk. In the 2010s, the FDA flooded the internet and TV with PSAs warning against their use, linking them to at least 12
I just feel like,
deaths.
what is that?
Subsequently, many retailers stopped selling them, and regulatory bodies in other countries issued similar warnings.
Right. Okay,
The
yeah,
American
okay.
Academy of Pediatrics recommends that babies sleep on their backs on a firm, empty surface.
Follow the ABCs of safe sleep. Alone, on the back, in a bare crib.
Number 5. Firestone and Ford tires. Ford and Firestone have had a business partnership stretching back to 1906.
A wedding in Akron, Ohio unites two pioneer automotive families, Ford and Firestone.
But in the early 2000s, they had a very public fight. According to Ford, the Wilderness AT tire by Firestone had treads that could separate from the tire and cause blowouts while driving. According to Firestone, the Ford Explorer was to blame, with a faulty design causing the car to roll.
Most of the deaths and injuries involve Ford Explorers, not other vehicles equipped with the same tires.
It began to feel like a divorce, with each blaming the other for hundreds of fatalities in the U.S. alone. The public were the kids caught in the middle.
Back tire blew out, and all I could remember is flipping and flipping.
Eventually, though, the tires were recalled and the automobile was redesigned. Number 4. Lawn darts. So imagine a game of darts, but you're in your backyard rather than a bar. Sounds fun, right? Now imagine the darts are giant. If you're thinking, well, that sounds a little bit dangerous, you'd be more than a little bit right. The needle end of the dart had to be sharp enough to pierce the ground, which also made it sharp enough to pierce people. In the 1970s and 80s, this caused thousands of visits to hospital emergency rooms and at least 3 deaths, leading to a ban in the United States and Canada. They remain legal, however, in the EU. Number 3.
Of course.
Kinder Surprise eggs.
It's 3 of the things children wish for most. A
What?
surprise, a toy,
Oh, I heard about. Yeah, I
and a
heard about
chocolate
that.
treat.
It's still thought
Since they're
about.
packaged like a Cadbury cream egg, it's understandable that some kids and adults would simply pop these large chocolate eggs into their mouths. However, instead of a creamy center, they'd find a less forgiving plastic container with a toy inside. After several deaths due to choking, the U.S. Consumer Product Safety Commission banned importation of Kinder Surprise.
Sorry, it's my fault. Had Kinder eggs. Didn't know we weren't supposed to bring them.
They remain legal, however, in many other countries, including Canada and Mexico. However, in 2017, a chocolate egg with the toy packaged separately, called Kinder Joy, finally arrived stateside.
Yeah.
Number 2, crib bumpers. Heavy blankets, pillows, stuffed animals, and plush bumpers might seem like cute and comfortable additions to a baby's crib.
We'd have it just like this in the bed, and we weren't worried because he wasn't rolling over.
Unfortunately, though, crib bumpers were also linked to 77 deaths between 1985 and 2012. This startlingly high number of incidents led to PSAs warning new parents of the dangers. In response, some states, including Maryland, Ohio, and New York, as well as the city of Chicago, have banned crib bumpers. They're still available for purchase in other locations, but ongoing efforts aim to ban their manufacturing and importation nationwide. Before we continue, be sure to subscribe to our channel and ring the bell to get notified about our latest videos. You have the option to be notified for occasional videos or all of them. If you're on your phone, make sure you go into Settings and switch on your notifications. Number 1.
milk and baby formula. Melamine is used in making multiple products the world over, including flame-retardant paints and plastics. You're probably now asking, why would anyone put that in baby formula?
The milk was contaminated.
Well, sadly, the answer is that many companies in China, most prominently the Sanlu Group, were using it to fake high protein values in order to pass quality checks.
Oh my god.
The baby cried and cried and cried, and his stomach became more and more bloated day by day, and he was urinating blood.
The problem is that melamine can also cause serious kidney problems. As a result, an estimated 54,000 babies were hospitalized and 6 died. When the scandal was exposed in 2008, it led to a massive recall as well as prison and death sentences. Which of these incidents do you...
Wow, 50,000. Wow, that's crazy. Many of these deaths are by parents not watching their kids. Yeah, I mean, yeah. That's like some of them I agree with. Like, I think it's the parents' fault. I mean, like, they should be watching their kids like that, but sometimes the kids could just like flip around and we don't even notice. Yeah, a lot of the I feel like a lot of people just try and blame the product instead of the parents. That's the parents' fault.
Much everything. So I just do stuff.
Oh, he's still working on it.
Thank you. And sometimes it's like on these clip compilations, these are kind of personal for me, where these are the moments that I want to make it in here. And it also helps me like remember the year and moments that happen.
Yeah.
So it's sort of therapeutic for me too.
Yeah, Vegas. I think I have Vegas.
Yeah, I literally have like 4 or 5 editors doing different things. Hold up.
I know this artwork looks all over the place right now, but yeah, it's all over the place right now, guys. I'm sorry. I'm just trying to fix it. I can sit pretty late today, guys, because we got some stuff I gotta work on, but it'll be all right. Because I already uploaded a video today, yesterday.
It is.
I'll be uploading one on Friday, so it's like I have plenty of time for that one.
I think editing is very fun. Oh yeah, it would be different in this one, right? Camelios is a... What? Really? Because this game doesn't have Val Balzac.
Oh!
So it's Camelios. Interesting.
Epic. What is the free game for Epic? Is that over? Oh my god, I forgot.
Were you saying Kieran isn't an Elder Dragon? Does that change in world, or am I just thinking...
Hold up, guys. Oh, it's over. Oh, okay, never mind. Oh, it's gonna be 2 games tomorrow. Chivalry 2. In my library? It is. Oh, okay, so I don't need to get this one. Okay. My library already. Looks like there's gonna be 2 more games tomorrow. Or later on. Yeah, I mean today, sorry, later on today. Okay. Hold up. There you go. What's going on? Oh, okay. I'm like, what is going on? All right, we're gonna watch one last video, and then I'm just gonna listen to music and get like just straight out just paint. All right, guys. So actually, this piece right here, by the way, it's inspired by an artist. By the way, where is it? Right here. Jappy Igocilio. It's inspired by this fox right here. It's like a boxing fox. I was like, oh, I think I want to do something similar, obviously with my style. Obviously, like not copy his or anything like that, like make him like a boxer. I just lost it. Where is it? I lost it. Oh, there it is. You see that? I'm like, oh yeah, I want to use the. I was already thinking of doing Aqua, and I'm not gonna do exactly what he did exactly, but it's like, the color of like the light blue Aqua and then the darker blue outside. Yeah, I wanted to do something like that, and it's like, oh, that's where I got it from. Like, oh, that's where I got it from. Anyways, let's watch this video. Let's see. Hold up. Let's see if that's the one I want to go with.
Let's do this one last time. So
Here we go. Oh, actually, this one will be better. I don't think I'm gonna watch the whole thing, but let's see. The best retcons in comics.
So the term of retcon, it could have various connotations, but for the most part, it really depends on who you ask. I think that term usually leans towards the negative side, mainly because if you think of retconning as an idea, it's going back into the past or just putting your fingers into the lore to kind of muddle it a little bit so that you can tell your story going forward without any random threads holding it back. If you are a person who looks at the lore as sacred and what the original creators created as like the holy grail, right, the Bible of that universe, then you are going to feel some type of way because it just didn't need to happen. But there's also another discussion that needs to be said, which is, would you consider going into the past and expanding upon things that weren't there to be a retcon? In my opinion, I would consider it to be that, because something that's created in the past has a direct connection to the present work. And what I mean by that, to use, I guess, Star Wars as an example, there's the original trilogy, which is 4, 5, and 6. Then there's the prequels, you know, 1, 2, and 3. And then there's the sequels, right? 7, 8, 9. And the prequels and the sequels, what they really do is expand upon lore that wasn't previously there. We didn't know what happened in the past, really. There were some bits and pieces. In the sequels, well, maybe we had some sort of inclination from like the Legends continuity, but in terms of canon, there wasn't anything there. But in my opinion, and a lot of other people, what we see in the prequels and the sequels have a direct effect on how we perceive the original trilogy, because maybe we'll see something in the, like the OG and we're like, wait, that decision doesn't really matter, or that was completely useless because we see the fruits of that labor in the sequels. It was nothing. Or maybe in the prequels, we realize, I don't know, with Darth Vader, oh, he was a bad guy, he fought against Obi-Wan. We saw him actually kill his wife, we saw him get burned, and then we go to the OG trilogy and we see Darth Vader in the suit and like, oh, this man is burnt up like a crisp. This man is a literal kebab, and that's why he's moving like this. And then we also realize he would be much more powerful without that. So that previous context informs how we look at the OG trilogy going forward, right? In general, a retcon will change your perspective. And in today's video, I want to talk about the best retcons. I want to flip the script a little bit and talk about these ones in particular because there are a multitude of them. And I don't really want to talk about ones that retcon a retcon, Heroes in Crisis being a great example. They retconned Wally to act in all these weird out of character ways just to find 4 or 5 different ways to retcon that one story so that everything could be put back to normal. That is a complete waste of time because they're using all of their resources combat a previous storyline, and that's not good. You could have been like using that time to create good stories, but that cleanup crew needed to be there before we could get to the good stuff. The retcons I really wanted to talk about are ones that completely reinvigorate the mythos that allows us to have greater storylines going forward, or maybe certain retcons that completely change one aspect or a couple aspects of a character, or really just a masterful OC insert. And what I mean by that is an original character that you create such a perfect gap for, the puzzle piece fits right in. You didn't even know anything was done to the lore because it completely just, it goes in. It's like one of those things that train carries. What is that? Cargo? I don't know what this analogy is going for. Just putting it in and just letting it ride. These are the best types of retcons, and without further ado, before I just get into my huge yap session, let's just get straight into the video with some of the biggest retcons for the big two. The first two will be universe spanning ones, and then I'll get more into the nitty gritty of the characters and how they've been changed. So yeah, without further ado, let's get straight into the video.
I think Jason Todd
was the one that I have to mention because honestly, it should be the first, and people are going to talk about it in the comments anyways. What would it be? Like, what is the biggest retcon there is in comics? It's not even that much of a question, but somebody is going to get it wrong. Literally, the main goal of it is to retcon an entire universe. It was the first one to do it and possibly the most successful. Of course, I'm talking about Crisis on Infinite Earths. Now, the crisis of this event happened in 1986. And you have to remember the backdrop, I guess, of this is that in the early 1980s, DC collected a lot of continuities under their umbrella, a lot of properties, a lot of franchises, plus the idea of the multiverse was completely rampant, right? We had the Earth 1 modern heroes, we had the Earth 2 Golden Age heroes, the JSA, and then with Earth 3 we had the Crime Syndicate of America, and then we had all the other branches that I was talking about before, Earth S, Earth X, Earth Prime, all that stuff, because they now had access to characters like Captain Marvel, they had access to Plastic Man, they had access to Charlton Comics, which if you don't know, that includes like Blue Beetle, The Question, Peacemaker, who else, Captain Atom. All of those characters were on their own world, but with the Crisis, what it allowed DC to do was streamline their universe. One universe to rule them all. Everything was broken down, a huge crisis by the Anti-Monitor occurred, the Positive Matter and the Antimatter universes were kind of clashing together, and eventually it led to all of these timelines just breaking apart, the multiverse itself not even being a concept, and now we had one singular timeline. Everything of quality was merged together. No redundant characters. There was one Superman, one Flash, one Batman, no duplicates. Only one major version remained. So it's very simplified, very modernized, and it's very good and easy and ready to use, I guess, for new readers. And for a lot of people, why it was such a masterful retcon is because it streamlined the history while respecting the past. Everything that was really important, it was there in some form or another. We would have seen certain callbacks or certain things here and there that was actually made in pre-crisis, but now just moved over to post-crisis, but just given a little bit of an explanation so that new readers know what's going on. It allowed for a lot of books to be reset. Granted, some characters, Batman, Flash, Green Lanterns, those characters have a history of not being completely rebooted for some reason. I don't know why those characters in particular, but for them it was a jumping on point, and you could start there. It was completely fine.
Really
but
bad origins.
if you read pre-crisis, you would have a lot better context for it. It's kind of weird, but either way, post-crisis, we had Batman Year One, we had Superman John Byrne, which I don't like. I know a lot of people like it, but in my opinion, not only did it get rid of a lot of Superman's lore, which is fine because we're starting from scratch, but it took way too long to implement all that pre-crisis stuff. And the things that it switched, like, I don't know, even Lex Luthor being an old bald man, they're not even in the same age range.
Yeah,
stuff
that was
like
weird.
that.
Yeah, I didn't like
them
that.
trying really hard to keep Superman the last son of Krypton, which he is anyways. Removing Supergirl or having her there isn't exactly going to change that phrase or title. All of that stuff, the Legion of Superheroes taking forever to get implemented, even Crypto, right? In my opinion, post-crisis Superman doesn't really get good consistently until like the 2000s when we had Jeff Loeb, Joe Kelly, Joe Casey in there, Greg Rucka. They put a lot of great writers, Mark Schultz and Doug Menke. All that stuff was really good. Then it went straight into the Action Comics by Jeff Johns and Kurt Busiek's Superman runs. Great stuff. 2000s, 2010s post-crisis Superman was actually really good. I didn't like the early stuff though. I'm gonna be completely honest, keep it a buck.
I mean, the
Wonder
other
Woman
stuff
by
is
George Perez was really good. Flash, it really allowed us to have Wally West become the main Flash. And that entire volume, is it like volume 2 or volume 3? I don't remember, but that volume of Wally West, one of the most consistent and great comics I've ever read. Great stuff. Green Arrow by Mike Grell was peak. We had Green Lantern, which
I didn't read that
Gerard
one.
Jones, he did a solid job. I don't really, most people don't like him as a writer because they know his past. If you don't know his past, don't search it up. And it's really a shame because he has written some of the best Green Lantern and Martian Manhunter comics despite his past. Green Lantern Mosaic, John Stewart.
Wait, what did he do? I'm very curious though. Gerard Jones. The American writer, no part of it, non-fiction, American entertainment media. Let's see. Let's see. Comics controversy. Gerard Jones comics controversy stems from his 2016 arrest. The goods convicted for possession of distributing CP. Oh. 6 years in prison. Oh, he's out now, actually. He was out last year. Or 2 years now. What the fuck? Let's see now. Guilty of unjust charges. Guilty. Damn. By a 5-year period of supervision release. But he's been in prison about the life events that led him to commit these crimes. These writings were collected by his friends and former colleagues and posted online. Oh, it was released 3 years ago. 4 years ago, sorry. Damn. No, I mean, like, he's officially blacklisted. They can't do, I don't think he can do any convention signings. I don't think nobody wants to get him to sign what do you call it? Get him to sign any comic.
Is one of the best Green Lantern comics that I don't hear people talking about enough. And furthermore, Aquaman, Sean McLaughlin, Peter David, all of it, Martian Manhunter, John Ostrander. We had like the Milestone stuff. We had Vertigo. Vertigo was in full swing, but even before that, we had the Sandman, Swamp Thing, Hellblazer, Doom Patrol, Animal Man, Shade the Changing Man. All of those properties were peak, and that was before Vertigo was even a thing. They got rolled over eventually. Then we had like Starman, Sandman, dude, the JSA were going off. The Spectre by John Ostrander, Suicide Squad. I'm just listing off great titles. I'm giving you gems right now, guys. Read all of these books. But yeah, just elevated storytelling possibilities, right? Interconnected storylines were the main big deal. Consistent timelines, character relationships building up between story arcs and books, better crossovers and universe-spanning arcs. Yeah, that was kind of annoying. I've talked about this before in my Truth About Comics video. While I don't exactly like crossovers all the time, they were a lot more sparing in the 80s and 90s. Not really for Batman. Batman in particular, he had a lot of crossovers back to back to back, but they were either good to great. Some of them were mid, but nothing too abhorrent like what you would see today, like Gotham War. That is trash. We would never see a Gotham War in the 90s. But yeah, emotional stakes also felt very justified after the retcon, right? When characters died, mostly they stayed dead, and if they didn't, they were for a long period of time. Barry Allen and Supergirl, they were out of the game for a minute. They were deeply emotional too, because we always saw some sort of remnant of those characters. For Barry Allen in particular, I loved seeing the impact his death had on Wally, and the fact that a lot of readers who just got into The Flash didn't really know that much about Barry. Every single time he appeared,
a lot
it felt
of
like
people
an
think that
Obi-Wan
Wally West
Kenobi
was Barry
Yoda
Allen,
Force
by the way. A
Ghost
lot of
type of
people
moment
thought
where it's like, dude, that character that I don't know too much about that was kind of legendary, he's appearing now to give our character some sort of wisdom. That is sick. Or just to be a topic of discussion to compare yourself to so that you could now overcome certain hurdles and become better than your predecessor. That was great stuff. That really allowed the DC universe to feel like one living, breathing world instead of just a pile of anthology books going about their own business. Everything got reframed to fit in this one beautiful DC picture that allowed every character to shine. I'm really surprised at how DC editorial were able to make every single character, no matter what era they're from, to have a defining story arc or set of arcs that really allowed us to value their characters. In this day and age, it would be a blessing, like heavens raining down from the sky, but giving us sunshine and rainbows for me to get a good Tim Drake storyline. And back in the day, everyone was getting good storylines. No matter if you got character assassinated, it wouldn't be for that long. You would go back to business as usual right after that arc is completed and that writer got off the book. Better days. Do you guys ever wonder why Marvel and their greatest heroes and villains don't age that much? Yes, this is something that people think about with DC, but with Marvel in particular, it's very linked to the real world. Real world events that we have here happened in Marvel. What James Gunn said is completely true. In DC, where there's real world building because there's completely different cities that's never been here before, it's like an alternate timeline to the universe that we have. We don't have Gotham or Metropolis. For Marvel, it's like plopping heroes on Earth, right? So everything that happens there happened here in terms of usual normal human activities, not all the alien stuff, all the big wars that we've had. Marvel's been through it, DC as well, but not to the same degree. Like 9/11, that's never happened in DC. Something that's close to it did, But in general,
I
no.
think they made
And
like
the
a
philosophy
special
of
comic
Marvel
or
was to
something.
create characters that were very relatable. And how do you do that? You link them to real world events. But when you do that, the more time passes in real life, the weirder it looks to see a character. Let's use Iron Man and Punisher for example. So Iron Man, let's say, was wounded in the Vietnam War, and the Punisher, he was a veteran of that same war. But as time passes, how can these characters be in their prime in the 90s, in the 2000s, in the 2010s? So they completely change the war that they were a part of. As they change the location of these wars, the time gets closer to our reality, whether that's through like, you know, Afghanistan, Gulf, Iraq, take your pick. They completely change it every single era so that
I think that's why they should always do like a fake town. That's why I think Gotham and and what do you call it? Superman's town. I forgot the name of it already. I think that's why it's more important to have fake towns than real towns. Maybe you get inspired by a real town, which is fine. But I think they should always go with fake towns. Like that's the one part I wish Marvel would have done. Instead of Spider-Man being part of New York, he would have been part like a similar kind of world of New York, but like just name it different. Just by naming it different will help a lot. Let's see. Report reveals that 21% of new user YouTube shorts are AI flop. Are you kidding me, man? I'll make a video out of it. I'm not surprised, dude. I really am not. That's just bad, dude. It's really bad content. It's because, like, here's the thing. A lot of people that do AI content has no thought behind it. It's just straight out brain rot. It's like the brain rot is gonna get worse. Pretty much. Let's see.
it makes more sense for these characters to be in their prime in the modern age. Spider-Man, he gets his powers like 12 years ago permanently. That's never going to change. In terms of like Reed and Sue Richards, they were visibly aging, but Franklin, he grew from a baby to a toddler, but he was like permanently 5, 6, 7 for a long period of time. If we look at the big events like the formation,
that's why you should never do real life events. Maybe inspirational event, but yeah, that's why you could always be timeless. That's why, like, I think a lot of people like the Gotham series because it felt like a timeless series at that point, you know. Yeah, it felt like a timeless series where like they used like regular phones, like flip phones or something like that, but it's like a cop kind of thing. But they had like some modern technology, some not modern. It just left it like timeless city. Like it was really cool.
the Fantastic Four or the Avengers or the death of Uncle Ben, all of it only happened quote unquote a few years ago, whatever that means. And nobody really questions it. In universe, eternity is like the living embodiment of time. They could quite possibly create all of this into existence, right? This entire weird in-universe meta-narrative could be created because of that. But there's this also really interesting theory along with Franklin Richards that I particularly subscribe to. You guys don't really have to, but let me lay it out for you if you don't know what it is. So, the idea is that Franklin Richards is...
Oh shit, it's an hour video? I didn't know it's gonna be an hour video. Holy shit, I'm gonna move on. No, it's a good video though, but it's like, I think I'm just gonna move on. Let's see. Hello. I don't know, man. By the way, Stranger Things, I don't know if you guys saw it yet. It was a great ending. I recommend it. Let's see. 9 years too. It's crazy, 9 years. For 5 seasons too. I think that's the one problem with Netflix shows is that they take too many breaks in between shows. They need to pick it up, especially when it has to do with kids and all that. because they grow up fast. Can't believe it, dude. 9 years, dude. That's insane. I will say though, the fight scene, the end fight scene was cool too. I like how everybody did something. It was just not like no one doing anything at all. Happy New Year, 2026, upcoming 30th anniversary releases. Oh right, Pokemon's doing a 30th anniversary release. Oh shit! As soon as Pokemon's dying down, now it's gonna get back up again, dude. Oh damn, dude. Playboy Max response to Banks after leaking his text message from past 3 months, showing that he wanted to join Face back after leaving. Don't trust that effing N word ever. If you see someone on bullshit, recognize that and more, move accordingly. Either he's just deflecting or it's actually true. Either or. But I'm gonna be honest, I don't think nobody cares enough about this anymore. I think people are just ready to move on. Like dead ass, I think people just want to move on. "32-year-old dude goes viral for hating on his teenage coworker." Why are 32 working as a delivery driver? Oh god, that's my life right now. But don't worry. I hopefully like my goal is to get out of it by in a year or two. That's like I said, I have a big plan now and everything. Montana. Let's see. Hmm. All right, cool. We're good. All right, sorry about that. All right, guys. 2026. Uh, I had to work all day, and I didn't have fully planned what I was gonna watch today or like stream wise, except for the painting. Because I literally did the painting as soon as I got home, and I was like, "Oh shit, I got nothing else." Like I couldn't plan it or anything else. But I after today, things should calm down by a lot, dude. By a lot. Like where I have a lot more stuff to plan out. Now that I have like kind of like a schedule how to upload videos and then then adding reaction content to my channel, I think it's gonna be really great. But I gotta be very specific what I add. It's also a strategy to hopefully like get like other people to watch my stuff. Again, I don't know. Like it may not work, it may not work. Because right now my reaction video only got 2 views. Right. So again, it's just a test kind of thing. So we'll see how that goes. Let's see. Oh, they made that already? Wait, what? What's this? Does this keep popping up? Fine, you win. I'll watch it. Wait, I've been recording this whole time. 5. All right, hold on, guys. 5 Hollywood disasters of 2025.
The mantra coming out of Tinseltown post-strike in 2024 was survive until 25, but now that the year is over, it's questionable that they survived 2025, a year that started with Hollywood literally on fire and ended with a fire sale, leading to many in the industry to openly ponder, is this the end of Hollywood as we know it? And it may very well be, considering that they decided to fight the coming AI apocalypse by putting originality on life support and giving us yet another year of unnecessary remakes, prequels, sequels, midquels, spin-offs, reboots, live-action remakes of animated films, and continuing to piss off half the country. Yes, again, it's that time of year, ladies and gentlemen. We have once again assembled our team with a special set of needs to sift through the stats, massage the numbers, and pound the analytics. This is the top 5 Hollywood disasters of 2025. And because my editor doesn't like ties, we'll start with number 6, Disney's Doctor Who.
Yes, Queen!
Oh, no. Oh yeah, that was very controversial. Oh my God.
After retconning the entire history of the show, replacing the first Doctor played by the legendary William Hartnell with a little black girl, Doctor Who was almost canceled after the disastrous run of the first female Doctor played by Jodie Whittaker. But at the last minute, the show was saved by the man who successfully relaunched the series, Russell T Davies, and he returned with David Tennant so they could both commit career suicide. And to guarantee that everything that could go wrong would, they partnered with Disney. After David Tennant passed the flaming torch to Ncuti Gatwa, it failed to attract viewers, because RTD and his comrades at the BBC and Disney decided to follow up Ncuti's first season that had the worst ratings in the show's history with Ncuti's second season, which had the worst ratings in the show's history. And more importantly, it failed to chart here in America. And that probably has everything to do with what the show's turned into.
Yeah,
Sad,
I
really,
feel
that
bad for Doctor Who
People
fans.
spend all that time making nice things, and other people come along and break them.
Gone are the days of the enigmatic Doctor traveling through time and space with his trusty companion and the TARDIS, getting into fun, thrilling adventures that more often than not ended as tales of morality. Now we have an annoying Doctor with an insufferable companion traveling through time and space in the TARDIS, getting into a pretentious, inane, and dumb series of events that more often than not end as state-sponsored propaganda from the point of view of an elitist, champagne socialist gay man.
You've tapped into the proper LGBT side of everything.
It's 2025. It's like, and you also have to look at what the others are doing. I find a lot of the other science fiction franchises very straight, very masculine, very testosterone-y. And so that's our space. Do you think that's where Doctor Who can fill a space?
A series that featured things like bringing back classic characters to vandalize and crying, cultural appropriation and crying, queerness and
Oh my
crying,
God.
racism and crying, anti-capitalism and crying, evil straight white men and crying. Gone are villains like the Sautarans, the Autons, the Weeping Angels, the Vashnarada, the Cybermen, the Daleks, to bring on the worst villains of them all, a combination AI incel
What?
and a straight conservative podcaster.
What?
Come here. Hey, come here.
And the biggest takeaway of all, the introduction into Doctor Who lore of the hashtag RIP Doctor Who.
I knew this would happen because it was leaked online. Hashtag RIP Doctor Who.
That's right, the hashtag we all got trending after the disastrous Timeless Children killed Doctor Who is actually canonically in the show, proving that fan criticism is taking up a lot of spacious real estate in Russell T Davies' giant head. And we need no further proof than this
What?
last, in more ways than one, season, which only served as a giant middle finger to the fans. And after the comments of a couple of actors from Doctor Who, why would the fans feel any different, including actor Jinx Monsoon, who said, "Who gives a f what bigots think for every transphobic, racist, bigoted..."
So they're, why the fuck you're attacking your audience? For one, idiot. Two, your audience are not LGBT. If this show was based on LGBT, like it started as LGBT, then that makes sense. But this audience was never LGBT. Are they idiots? So you're gonna call them transphobic, racist, bigot, whatever, like because they don't want us. That's not the market. Like this is not what we watched for like so many years. Because Doctor Who is like a very very old show, and they're like, no, you guys are transphobic, racist, bigot. Because that makes zero sense to me. Yeah, makes perfect sense to attack your audience. Totally. That makes
Doctor
perfect
Who
sense.
fan that we lose this season, there are going to be 3 to 5 new fans who are coming in for the representation, which was followed by the comments of the show's star, Ncuti Gatwa. Don't watch, turn off the TV,
And
go
they
and
did.
touch grass, please, for God's sake.
Well, look how that turned out.
And in the end, the audience left,
And they
Ncuti
canceled.
Gatwa left, and Disney left. That's right, Russell T Davies' new Doctor Who was even too woke for Disney. And what some may call Doctor Who
Damn.
Season 2, and others may consider it Doctor Who Season 15, and some may say it's Doctor Who Season 41. In truth, it's Doctor Who's last season.
Damn.
Number
that's
5,
crazy.
Black Snape.
Black Snape. Oh, right. They may say black for the new Harry Potter film. I don't know why, but I just did it. What the hell?
Harry Potter may very well be the last healthy intellectual property in Western civilization, the last story that hasn't been vandalized beyond all recognition. Despite the god-awful play, although credit for bringing Tom Felton back, and the diminishing returns of the now canceled Fantastic Beasts series largely because they were written by J.K. Rowling, who's not a screenwriter, they didn't take place in Hogwarts, and they got rid of Johnny Depp. And the supposed controversy surrounding J.K. Rowling for having a very common-sense approach to one singular issue that I happen to agree with. Harry Potter has
That's the
not
reason why
only
it's canceled.
survived, it's thrived. There's new fully cast audiobooks out there that are selling like crazy. Her books have sold over 500 million copies. There's a best-selling video
Crazy.
game out there. The Wizarding World and
Which
both Universal
I will be
parks are
playing
always
it.
packed. In Orlando, there
I
are
will
days
play
you
it.
have to wait 4 hours if you want to ride Hagrid. That's why a lot of fans were cautiously optimistic
Yeah,
when
I think
HBO
I
announced
wrote
that they
that
would
one.
be doing a Harry Potter
I did.
series and said the show will be a faithful adaptation of J.K. Rowling's novels.
In Japan,
and if
though.
it was, the Harry Potter show had the
So we
potential
had
to be the
listen
biggest
to Harry
scripted
Potter
series in
in
the
like
world by far.
how they
The
sound
key
like
word
in,
there is had because it all depended on the casting, and they fucked it up
Japanese.
with the casting of Papa Esiato as Black Snape.
That
On the verge of greatness. We were this close.
I know you can't say too much about it, but you are going to be playing Severus Snape in the Harry Potter reboot. I mean, what's the sort of sense of responsibility in taking on the mantle of that character?
Yeah, I mean, of course, there's a huge sense of responsibility because it's such a beloved story to literally billions, I would say, probably. It's something that's really important for me to be able to see if I can play a part in recreating that level of fantasy and imaginative joy for a new audience.
Right.
And the resemblance is uncanny. And yes, he will be known as Black Snape for the rest of time. I don't make the rules, I just make the observations. And this will go down as not only one of the biggest unforced errors, but forced errors in Hollywood history, and one of the worst casting decisions in Hollywood history. And as far as that faithful adaptation is concerned,
This is a lie.
and gaslighting casting is still on the menu, boys, because you can try to take the DEI out of your industry, but it appears you can't take the industry out of your DEI. And as soon as this casting was announced from the well actuallys, there was the good old, this character was not described specifically white in the books, except for the times he was described as white multiple times in the book, something you would know if you had read them.
Snape's sallow skin had gone the color of sour milk.
I am, said Snape. He looked slightly paler than usual, and his cold black eyes glittered strangely.
Yeah, what?
Snape looked paler than usual and angrier. He closed his eyes, and suddenly he was Voldemort, looking into Snape's pale face.
And Snape's face was like a death mask. It was marble white.
Then, of course, there's the sketch of Snape by J.K. Rowling that says, and I quote, Snape, as I always saw him. Now, we have nothing personal against Papa Essiatu, but the justification for his casting will probably be that Harry Potter is not inclusive or diverse enough, which couldn't be further from the truth, because in the series, we'll probably get expanded roles for characters like the Patil twins, Cho Chang, Lee Jordan, Dean Thomas, and a character that would be perfect for Papa Essiatu, Kingsley Shacklebolt, who eventually becomes Minister of Magic. Now, there are race swaps that have worked, and many that haven't, but this isn't Perry White, the Kingpin, Nick Fury, or even Commissioner Gordon. This is the iconic Severus Snape, who was integral to the Harry Potter story, and changing his race would create a lot of issues thematically, including but not limited to Sirius Black, Harry Potter's godfather, and James Potter, Harry Potter's father, being racist. I guess they won't be remaking that scene where James Potter hangs Black Snape up by his trousers under a tree, but we're just going to call this what it is, a stupid creative and business decision that was completely unnecessary. A virtue signaling casting based on identity over authenticity to attract an audience that would have already showed up, but now you're going to alienate, whether Harry Potter fans want to publicly admit it or not. In the end, HBO went full Netflix with their casting, which should have been a warning sign considering HBO, Warner Brothers, and this show are all about to belong to Netflix.
Oh yeah, that's
Number
true.
4, The Witcher
Oh
Season
my god,
4.
that's funny. Oh god, no. No, not The Witcher. Oh, come on now, dude. This guy using AI. By the way, this is AI, by the way.
There's a good chance by the time you see this segment, you'll either have completely forgotten The Witcher Season 4 came out, or this might be the first time you've heard of its existence, because it came and went like a fart in the wind. Yeah. And I guess it all depends on your proximity to the fart.
Are they gonna end it? I don't know.
Who did this to us? God damn it, I'm here on business!
But as with many things with Hollywood these days, the most interesting thing about The Witcher is not the story itself, but the story around it. And if it's remembered for anything, it will be just as another epic modern fantasy destroyed by ego, hubris, the message, and a woman who has a clear disdain for the source material.
In the books, all of the characters are met through Geralt. So you get Geralt's impression of them, and then you get to learn to meet them. And I wanted the world to see Ciri who she was first.
Which was evident when Lauren Schmidt-Hissrich and her team strayed from the source material in season 2 and 3, and openly mocked it, according to former writer Beau DeMayo, who famously wasn't the only one voicing concerns with the show. There was also The Witcher author Andrzej Sapkowski.
Maybe I gave them some ideas, but they never listened. They never listened.
And of course, the show's star, Henry Cavill, who was both a fan of the books and the games. Dude. And it's not like things were going great when Henry was there. They were already bleeding audience, but the show officially died when Henry left due to his frustration with showrunner Lauren Schmidt-Hissrich, who was in turn frustrated with Henry Cavill because he wanted to do pesky little things like be good at his job and do right by the lore and the fans.
I am a huge fan of the books anyway, and so I campaigned really, really hard to try and get as much of Geralt from the books into the show, as much as Lauren's vision would allow, as much as her plot and framework would allow. This is very much Lauren's own version of the story, and so if you revise too much down that route, it can start to pull you off the story which Lauren's writing. And so it was a little bit of a tricky one, a little bit of a balance. But I did as much as I could, and of course, as I say, I just campaigned really hard to get that character from the books.
But now Lauren Hissrich had finally gotten everything she wanted, complete control of an epic fantasy series on Netflix without the shackles of Henry Cavill, who would be replaced by Liam Hemsworth, and it was as bad as everyone thought it would be. Currently on Rotten Tomatoes, it has a 59% from all critics, 33% from top critics, and a 20% audience score. On Metacritic, it has a rather high 59 from the critics and a 1.7 from the audience. And on IMDb, each episode averages roughly a 4 out of 10.
What's happening?
I missed it. All of this was earned because it was abysmal. Poor Liam Hemsworth, who never had a chance, picked up where Henry left off, as the titular character of The Witcher was diminished and barely in his own show. But Liam didn't care as much about the games of the books as Henry, and it showed. And the plot goes something like this. Everyone's still looking for Ciri. The evil mage Vilgefortz
They
is
went
looking
back
for
to
Ciri.
that plot
Yennefer
already,
is
bro.
looking
It's
for
fucking
Ciri.
annoying.
Geralt is looking for Ciri. Nilfgaardian Emperor Amir, after finding out he has a fake Ciri, is looking for Ciri. A new character named Leo Bonhart is looking for Ciri, and because she's having an identity crisis,
it's so fucking annoying. We already got that story within the first 2 seasons. Fuck off. Well, first season ended with them finding each other. But like, what the fuck? Oh, so let's just go back what we did on the first season. Like, are they
Ciri is looking for Ciri. Why is everybody looking for Ciri? Because she is the girl who is the key to everything. A trope that might have worked a decade ago, but it's played out now. Good luck, Witcher 4. And this is the season we get lesbian Ciri, proving showrunner Lauren Hissrich can adapt something from the books, but of course she removes all complexity because they couldn't portray a lesbian relationship as abusive because that never happens. But in truth, this show should not be called The Witcher, it should be called The Yennefer. They took 2 chapters out of the book they were adapting and expanded it to make her the primary protagonist.
For me, like, I was very interested in seeing the female viewers, what they could be, you know, how do we appeal to female fantasy
Why
viewers?
would it
Because
give
there's
it to
a lot of
her?
us out there.
But that's not what the
And the
story's
rest of the plot
for.
goes something like this. Boring Liam as Geralt.
Then make a fucking, get a property that has like a female protagonist. The Witcher was not it. You dumbass.
Goes on a side quest with Lawrence Fishburne narrating his every inner thought, lesbian Ciri, Yennefer gathering the girl bosses, verbal diarrhea exposition by campfire, more lesbian Ciri, gay Yasker,
what the heck is happening?
Feelings in forest, more lesbian Ciri, the annoying and insufferable rats, more lesbian Ciri, all centered around General Yennefer and her feminist avengers. And the only great moment possibly in the entire series is when bounty hunter Leo Bonhart, played brilliantly by Sharlto Copley, goes up against the rats who not only look like Twitch streamers, but they act like them because all they do is steal stuff and SA each other, and he brutally murders them in the most satisfying of manners. The problem is, the intention was for people to feel sad about this murder when all it brought was unmitigated joy. And Netflix thought it was a good idea to make a series about the rats, but then they actually watched it, thought better of it, edited it down into a movie, and then released it when The Witcher Season 4 came out, hoping no one would notice. And one could argue that's how Netflix felt about The Witcher Season 4, which they barely promoted. They released 1 clip and 1 trailer. Both were ratioed into oblivion, along with every single promotional post on every social media network. The show never reached #1 on the Netflix top 10, and somewhere Henry Cavill is laughing. And after all this, I bet everyone's feeling really good about Netflix controlling things like DC Comics, Harry Potter, Game of Thrones, and The Lord of the Rings.
Oh God. What the fuck?
Hey, did you see that?
No, we didn't say anything.
#3, Captain America 4, Brave New World.
Worst movie ever, man.
I'm Captain America!
When you get to the 4th movie of a franchise, it's difficult enough to maintain the momentum. What makes it harder in this specific case is making the bold decision of not having Captain America in your Captain America sequel.
Where the is Steve? Steve Rogers? He's not here.
Instead, the titular character will be Sam Wilson, played by Anthony Mackie, who was gifted Captain America's shield from Steve Rogers that should have gone to Bucky, a suit from Wakanda, what looks like Ant-Man's helmet, and he looks like a Power Ranger. And that was only the beginning of the problems, because Captain America Brave New World was the very definition of production hell, including multiple delays, moving it from 2 prime summer spots into February, possibly to recapture the magic of Black Panther by putting it in Black History Month. A title change from New World Order to Brave New World, because Disney was worried that the term had been co-opted by conspiracy theorists who believe crazy things like globalist bankers and shadowy organizations are trying to establish a single authoritarian world government. Ridiculous.
My experience of working with Julius was kind of unique.
There was also the multiple script rewrites, which led to the now on-brand Disney Marvel multiple reshoots. That included reshooting the entire film, ballooning the budget to astronomical proportions. It also doesn't help that this film required homework, including the D+ series The Falcon and the Winter Soldier, one of the most hateful things Disney's ever made, that will only be known for Sam Wilson having sympathy for terrorists, and this.
You have no idea how complicated this situation is. You've got to do better, Senator.
And no, John Walker did nothing wrong. The good or bad news is you didn't need to watch any of the previous Captain America films, but you did need to see The Incredible Hulk and The Eternals. Why?
So stupid, honestly, because they added it.
I don't remember.
It ended with a giant celestial in the middle of the ocean. And between the release of The Eternals and Captain America Brave New World, there were 8 Marvel films and 9 live-action series where they didn't acknowledge it at all until now.
Stupid.
And it turns out that giant celestial in the middle of the ocean is made out of the other unbreakable metal in the MCU, adamantium, which has caused an international crisis as governments converge on Tiamat. And imagine doing all that homework for a movie that goes something like this. Sam Wilson posing as Captain America in a worse costume and Joaquin Torres posing.
All they had to do was just do the freaking Serpent Society, and that's it. Keep it simple. They made it too complex, and then fucking Hulk.
As Falcon in a worse costume, and they are later joined by Ruth Bader Ginsburg. Ruth Bat Seraph, who in the comics is a Mossad agent turned superhero, Captain Israel, but then for some strange reason retconned in the film as a former Black Widow. I wonder why they did that. Are up against Giancarlo Esposito playing Giancarlo Esposito, and eventually President Ross played by Harrison Ford, all while trying to thwart a conspiracy that's trying to engineer a war between America and Japan. Better to offend Japan rather than Disney's closest ally, China. And all these events are being engineered behind the scene by Tim Blake's The Leader, who's portrayed as a piece of broccoli, who has also been replacing General Ross's heart pills with Hulk pills. And The Leader isn't doing this for financial gain or power. He's doing it to make President Ross look bad, which eventually he actually does. When it all culminates in a final battle amongst the cherry blossom trees where the powerless Sam Wilson, who only survived because he was gifted a suit from Wakanda, defeats the Red Hulk with a lecture that makes the sun is going down big guy from Age of Ultron look Shakespearean.
Well, I know you've done some terrible things.
Oh my God.
Now, I might be crazy, but I think you're trying to change.
Taka no Jutsu.
Now's the time to prove it to the world. Prove it to Betty.
Fucking stupid as fuck, dude.
And I don't think it shocks anyone, including Marvel, who internally knew they had a turd on their hands, that what was greenlit as a sequel to The Falcon and the Winter Soldier, which ended up being a bad remake of Captain America Winter Soldier and calling it a Captain America sequel without Captain America, when in truth it's a sequel to The Incredible Hulk without the Hulk, was the first of 3 flops for Marvel in 2025. And it shouldn't be a surprise to anyone that in a year where Marvel introduced their new Captain America, 8 short months later, they had to bring back the real one. Because repeat after me, Steve Rogers is Captain America.
Yes. Yes, he is. Oh my God, it's just a bullshit, bad shit, man.
Our next one has a lot in common with our number 3 Captain America 4, number 2 Ironheart.
Oh no! What are you doing?
No, Perry, not that Ironheart. This Ironheart.
One of the worst shows ever created. Even Marvel did not believe in it because they released it all in 2 days or 2 weeks or something like that, like the 6 episodes, whatever. This show was supposed to come out like long ago when the Wakanda movie came out, the second one, which that one was also horrible. But they just like delayed it upon delayed it. The only good thing that came out of it, guys, the only good thing that came out of what do you call it? Of this show was Mephisto. That's it. Like the devil of Marvel, pretty much. That's literally what it is. It's literally called the devil of Marvel. That's the only thing that came out good of it. That's it. Everything else, fucking donkey dick, dude.
Both were adaptations of the all-new, all-different era of Marvel, one that was so destructive they have yet to recover. Both were mantles passed down from iconic legacy characters to diverse characters solely based on identity. Both come from an era when Disney Marvel was casting writers and directors based on their identity. Both have ballooning budgets due to the fact that they were reshot, re-edited, and delayed to the last minute possible. Because in both cases, Marvel knew internally they had a couple of turds on their hands. And there's no better evidence of this than Ironheart sitting on the shelf a full 2 years after its completion, being one of the lightest promoted shows in Marvel's history and being released in 2 parts within a week. And despite getting the last minute assist and validation from the guy whose mantle Riri was going to steal, Robert Downey Jr., with some truly authentic videos.
Dominic Thorne, I have seen all of the first 3 episodes of Ironheart.
Yeah, and they sucked ass.
I love it. We have so much to discuss.
Long story short, Iron Man loves Ironheart.
That's so
No, he
There was
doesn't.
nothing that was going to prevent this very predictable disaster because Marvel made the biggest mistake of them all, I mean, aside from releasing it, by choosing to properly adapt the story of Ironheart. Because as comic book fans will know, Riri Williams' origin is not one of a hero, it's one of a villain. As you may or may not know, Riri Williams Ironheart made her debut in Wakanda Forever, where she helped the isolationist ethno-state of Wakanda fight off an immigrant invasion. And after introducing us to the very likable Riri Williams, the very definition of grace and humility.
Just to let you know, your girl finna be bigger than Jobs.
Right.
Bigger than Gates.
Right.
Bigger than Pym.
Right.
Bigger than Stark.
Yeah.
Combined.
Make it stop.
The story settles down into a traditional villain origin story. After being gifted an internship in the isolationist ethno-state of Wakanda and turning that into a 4-year postgraduate grant at MIT, our villain Riri Williams gets kicked out after selling completed tests to students. Also, she could get funds to build an iconic and undeniable Iron Man suit that's better than Tony Stark's, which of course she steals.
And you're at least as smart as that Tony guy, right?
I don't have $1 billion, and I can't compete without resources.
Tony Stark was able to build this in a cave with a box of scraps.
And following that, she steals the proprietary intellectual property AI of the isolationist ethno-state of Wakanda to power her suit. And Riri accidentally creates an AI copy of her dead best friend.
Natalie? Who the hell else would it be, bitch?
So Riri is out of money, and after briefly contemplating working for a corporation so big that it wouldn't notice when she's stealing from it, does not decide to sell all the tech that she has developed to corporations for potential billions. Instead, she decides to make thousands by joining a criminal organization run by the Hood, who was race swapped for this show, so we will call him Da Hood, and the Trans Titans.
I'm kind of one of Madripoor's most wanted. Tutu.
Oh my god.
After leaving behind a trail of bodies that includes a lot of innocent working class security guards and a tech billionaire who wanted to grow food, Riri eventually loses her suit, then makes another one out of her dad's car, loses the AI copy of her best friend, betrays the Trans Titans and their leader, the Hood, steals the Hood, and sells her soul to the devil. Like I said, pretty typical villain origin stuff, considering Riri Williams is depicted as a liar, a cheat, and a thief who forgoes the privilege of a free education and forgoes the opportunity of using her genius intellect to make billions so she could join a criminal organization and make thousands. Because with Ironheart, Disney Marvel set out to have a superhero show that depicts the lived-in experience of marginalized people set in the south side of Chicago, featuring parents and friends getting offed in drive-by shootings, diverse people committing breaking and entering, theft, extortion, and homicide, diverse women fighting in fast food establishments.
Oh my god.
Because Chinaka Hodge is a black woman, our writer. Because Sam Bailey and Angela Barnes are black women, our directors. Directed by 2 black women, it's relying on those voices to tell the story.
Got hair, makeup teams from Chicago. There's sneaker game galore.
Oh my god.
That's why it should be no surprise that in a year where everything from Marvel bombed, Ironheart was the worst, and the only thing it will be remembered as is an undeniable, iconic failure.
Oh no.
Before we get to the #1 Hollywood disaster of 2025, we have some very worthy dishonorable mentions. HBO and Naughty Dog decided to take a page out of Marvel's book and adapt some source material that the fans absolutely hated.
Oh, The Last
In
of
this
Us?
case, the game The Last of Us Part 2, which was adapted into a TV show, and shockingly enough, they found a whole new audience to hate it, and it deserves to be on our list for this line alone.
I'm gonna be a dad.
All's fair.
Oh my
Not
God.
only did somebody hire Kim Kardashian as an actor, they wanted her to act like a lawyer. A show that debuted with a 0 from Rotten Tomatoes and is currently sitting at 6%. And proving that we are in late stage Hollywood as well as the end of days, it was picked up for a season 2. War of the Worlds, a remake of the H.G. Wells classic filmed during the era of COVID, made specifically to stream on Amazon Prime, and for some reason released 5 years later. The famous Patriot Ice
I
Cube
forgot about it,
plays
that's
a
why.
Homeland Security officer who has to save the world in a green screen office because they couldn't afford furniture from alien invaders who forget to turn off the internet, and they are defeated with the help of Amazon delivery drivers and Amazon gift cards. Fantastic Four, what could possibly be worse than casting Pedro Pascal as Reed Richards, the smartest man in the Marvel Universe, and a decision as bad as race-swapping Severus Snape? That would be the female Silver Surfer. And there's no better way to put it. This decision was just fucking dumb. And
I mean, yeah, the Silver Surfer, I don't see the point of using that version where it's like not known. At least the other Silver Surfer was more known. At least you have better chance of better marketing. So I didn't understand why they did that version. But I actually did enjoy Fantastic Four. I thought it was great. Like kind of like a new era of Marvel, but they could literally like it could go. It's not like the greatest film ever, right? I give it like a 7 at 8, a 7, 8, or 8 out of 10. Maybe 7.5. But I thought it was good. I thought they had compelling characters, and that's pretty much it for me.
Disney, Marvel, and Kevin Feige can't get out of their own way. They finally get the rights back to the first family, the Fantastic Four, and they finally make a movie. Most of the casting is okay. It was going to be hard enough with Pedro Pascal, but they guaranteed its failure with the female Silver Surfer, especially when everybody got to see her. And while the Fantastic Four was Marvel's highest grossing film this year, it was also their highest grossing flop.
But it's like
let's
they're
slip
getting
one in
them-
the end
they-
here,
they
which
get the
could be
people back.
considered a 1.5. Will's coming out scene in Stranger Things Season 5. That's right, you may want to sit down for this one, but Will in Stranger Things is gay. But not just regular gay, he was so gay it gave him superpowers. Having a scene where Will comes out is not a problem and completely unsurprising. It's where
Yeah.
they, for lack of a better description, decided to put it, spending an exorbitant amount of time towards the end of the penultimate episode just so Will can tell everyone that he's gay, something they already should have known. And it came off as a weirdly staged monstrosity of pandering, a scene that they took 12 hours to shoot, and all that was
What?
accomplished was a lot of comparisons to Game of Thrones Season
Why?
8 and the most memeable Hollywood moment of 2025.
Hope you didn't want grandkids, Mom, because this queen thinks girl parts are icky.
That's AI, but
Y'all know y'all gonna have to turn up tonight, right? Ain't no party like a Diddy party.
oh my god.
Dance.
Our number one is the most predictable disaster, not only of the year, not only of the decade, not only of the century, but possibly in Hollywood history.
Oh, what was this?
The live-action remake of the film that started it all
Oh,
for Disney,
Snow White.
Snow White.
We have a lot of fun diving into our expansive library spanning nearly 100 years to bring beloved tales to life in new ways for today's viewers.
And let's keep in mind that a lot of people who just so happen to make a lot of money, including Bob Iger, thought this was a good idea. And it turns out they were all retarded. An ill-conceived concept from start to finish. This film never had a chance, and it started with the casting. Somebody thought it was a good idea to cast Gal Gadot for her acting
Kalel, no.
as the evil queen and Rachel Zegler as the fairest of them all. And then someone else thought it was a good idea to actually let her speak publicly often. Tales will be told, songs will be sung, and books will be written for what followed, the most well-documented PR disaster in cinema history.
Oh no, no. Don't you dare, don't you dare.
You know, the original cartoon came out in 1937, and very evidently so. There's a big focus on her love story with a guy who literally stalks her. Weird. I'm sure a lot of people will assume it's a love story just because, like, we cast a guy in the movie. Andrew Burnap, great dude. Yeah. All of Andrew's scenes could get cut. Who knows? It's Hollywood, baby. Like, who has been the most exciting person for you tonight? Oh my God. Besides, but took the words out of my mouth. Besides, I'm a narcissist.
If I'm gonna stand there 18 hours in a dress of an iconic Disney princess, I deserve to be paid for every hour that it is streamed online.
You two clearly get along and respect and love
I
each
have
other.
no idea what you're talking about.
Hater.
All right.
No,
It's no surprise Rachel was not there earlier today when Gal received her star on the Hollywood Walk of Fame.
Oh my God.
our rights are on the line, folks. Our reproductive rights. Come on. Go vote blue. And if you disagree with this sentiment, just hit the unfollow button. I don't need your business. Thanks.
Leave politics when you're... Oh my God.
And this show are all about to belong to Netflix.
Sorry. Where was I? There you go. Yeah, keep politics away when you're promoting a film, you stupid idiot. Like, holy shit.
It got so bad, a Disney executive had to fly to her house to tell her to shut the f*** up. And this public relations catastrophe went on for 2 years, and believe it or not, it wasn't all Rachel. There was backlash against Gal Gadot. There was backlash against an actor who wasn't even in the movie, Peter Dinklage, for opening his pie hole and costing 7 dwarves their jobs.
They're very proud to cast a Latino actress as Snow White.
Yeah.
But you're still telling the story of Snow White.
Snow White, yeah.
7 dwarfs.
Sure.
Look, take a step back and look at what you're doing there.
Yeah.
You know, that makes no sense to me.
Well,
you're progressive in one way, but you're still making that backward story of 7 dwarves living in a cave. What the f are you doing, man?
Which contributed to those now on-brand massive Disney reshoots and a ballooning budget. Still, someone at Disney thought it was a good idea to actually release it. Instead of showing reverence to the Walt Disney classic that helped launch the studio, where the Wicked Queen, jealous of Snow White's beauty, orders the murder of her innocent stepdaughter who just wants to find herself a good man, but later discovers that Snow White is still alive and hiding in a cottage with 7 friendly dwarves. Disguising herself as a hag, the queen brings a poison apple to Snow White, who falls into a death-like sleep, where she can only be revived by true love's kiss from a prince. In the live-action version made for a modern audience, for some reason Gal Gadot is jealous of Rachel Zegler's beauty and orders the murder of her not-so-innocent stepdaughter who just wants to become a girl boss. After taking refuge with 7 nightmarish demons who she gets to boss around, our hero, the Poison Apple, shows up and puts Snow White in a death-like sleep. But it doesn't quite do the job when she's revived by a failed actor. And again, a lot of people at Disney were paid a lot of money to make this subversive, soulless piece of corporate drivel, but maybe I'm being too harsh. The only thing they missed was the narrative, the charm, telling the right story, casting the right people, the iconic look of the dwarves, the personality of those cute little animated animals, the song I'm Wishing and Someday My Prince Will Come, and replace that with a song about female empowerment, while giving us a good old-fashioned girl boss movie infused with communist propaganda made by a multinational corporation, mind you. That's a kid's movie. And in the end, unsurprisingly, it was a historic flop, one for which Rachel Zegler was the catalyst, costing Disney hundreds of millions of dollars, and turning the film into a well-earned cultural punching bag and making Rachel Zegler the poster child for everything that's wrong with modern Hollywood. The original Snow White represented everything that was good about Disney, and the modern live-action remake represents everything it's become, and the perfect metaphor for the decline of pop culture. And that's the end of our list, ladies and gentlemen. The top 5 Hollywood disasters of 2025. A year where Hollywood had to face all the consequences of their ill-timed strikes from 2 years ago. The AI revolution, massive layoffs, corporate mergers, creative bankruptcy, runaway production, runaway audience, and somehow they'll have to get this all fixed in 2026 while not pissing off half the country and facing the possibility of another strike.
Yeah, I mean, there's gonna be another strike for sure because of AI. 100%. There will be another big strike coming soon. I don't know how soon though. It could be within a month or two, but because of AI, I don't think it's just gonna be only the entertainment industry. It's gonna be like a lot of things, guys, because AI is ruining a lot of different things. Because yeah, look, the first thing it says, I may be R word, illustrated, because no way that says CPU prices will be $2,000 to $5,000. Yep. Nobody can afford that shit. What in that little F are they thinking? Yeah, pretty much like a PC in 2026 are pretty much saying it cost it will cost you around $8,000 pretty much. A PC, $8,000, dude. That's insane. Yeah, you could literally buy with a fucking car. Yeah, you could literally buy a car, pretty much. Yeah. Yeah, that's why like right now it's like I keep saying, man, you gotta build your PC as soon as possible, so at least like you're good for the next half decade or more. And kind of go from there, pretty much. And honestly, I'll probably just play my GTA 6 on my PS5, dude. I'm not getting a PS6. I am not doing that because uh biggest reason why is because like I am not buying another system for a while. I don't know how long, but yeah. Let's see. Let's see. Well, yeah, I mean, let's see. Huh. Hmm. Let me see real quick. There we go. But yeah, sorry. But yeah, next stream, guys. Next stream, which is later on today. What I'll be doing is writing a list what I want to accomplish in 2026, like the goals, pretty much. I was gonna do that today, but I was like, oh, with the painting and everything, I think it would just be too much. Like, especially like setting everything up, you know. But now I could do it. 'Cause now that like I'm like halfway done. I don't think I'm gonna finish it tonight, guys, but I'll for sure finish it later on today when we do another part of painting. Because I could like stream earlier because like I don't work Thursdays, right? And so yeah, I could stream earlier, I could make the video earlier and kind of go from there. Fuck my nose, man. Well, I keep having like a stuffy nose recently. Charles said that Arc Raiders gonna be bigger than Fortnite. I highly doubt it because it's not catered to kids. Like, it's not catered to kids. I'm sorry. If it was, then yeah, you may have an argument, but it's not. So it's not gonna be bigger than Fortnite because Fortnite has all the crossovers. It's catered to kids. Has a Lego version too as well, and yeah. What? Oh, this guy stole them.
Are you sorry? Sorry, I'm paid. Why are you sorry? I mean, don't get no money. You're not sorry?
That's the second time we caught him.
5 beers?
Second time?
We caught him.
He's sorry?
Yeah.
You're not sorry. You do this every fucking day.
That's the
You're
second
a
time.
fucking illegal piece of shit. Come and steal his blind. You
Oh shit! I didn't know he was gonna say that. What the fuck? But yeah, those are the people that make it making immigrants look worse. People that steal shit. Fucking dumbass. Other you saw the work of oh, the Snoopy thing. Wait, they did AI for Snoopy? Oh no. Hold on, I'm looking at it right now. It is. You could tell by the you could tell by the animation. Ooh, I don't know. And oh yeah, there's the logo right there, Meta AI. The wow. Is this an official Snoopy? I don't think so. No, no, it's not. It's just a fan account. Okay, I mean it is what it is. It's not like an official one. Like I know people are gonna use it, so it's like you can't stop the people, but companies using it, dude. I don't know about that. XC reacts to play with Max's cousin getting bad on Twitch after accusing Face Banks of sleeping with Charlie D'Amelio when she was underage. Good, don't go around saying things if it didn't happen. I mean, yeah. I mean,
Live on Max Cousin has been banned on Twitter after accusing Banks of sleeping with Charlie D'Amelio when she was underage. Good. Don't do that. I mean, don't go around.
why is Yu-Gi-Oh trending? I don't know. All right. Let's see. Hold up. What? For the first time in years, January 1st, 2026 will fall into 1111. Wait, what does that mean? 1111. What? One plus day plus year equals 10, and then 1 plus 0 equals 1. What the fuck? Oh, okay. I see. Oh, okay, okay. I'm like, what? Like, I'm like confused, dude. Um, Man goes viral on social media after proposing to his girlfriend in a restaurant, leaving mood. My dream is this. She doesn't even notice it. Oh my god, the music. This one she got fired for a $4,400 tip, but this is how she got the last laugh. Oh yeah, I remember that story. Yeah, I remember that story. Anyways, yeah, I don't think the criminality was that bad, but I could see how people like were like, what the hell? Like the acting wise, the acting, guys, the acting. Let's see. All right, I'm gonna listen to music, try to finish as much as we can, at least the half part, and then finish it later on today. My nose is blowing hell out. Hold on, I gotta blow my nose, man. It's blowing hell out of me, dude. Like, it's been happening a lot recently where, like, I have, like, a lot of stuffy nose for some reason. Hold on. Oh my god.
These games you are looking at on your screen are often subjectively chosen as some of the worst
When it comes to video game development,
of all time.
why spend
but what
time,
if there are
energy,
other
and-
versions of the games out there?
Hold up. I clicked on that by accident. Alright, my last video, and then we're done. We're good at this. We're good at this, guys. We're gonna do a lot. And then... Alright, guys, let's see. When video games get caught stealing.
Resources when you can just steal it. You would think with an industry as big as video games, this type of stuff wouldn't ever happen. But surprisingly enough, over the years, it has happened quite a lot, especially from some really big games too. Sometimes it seems blatant and intentional. Other times it's a weird thing that just happened. But we want to explore these because some of these get really, really goofy and they're worth talking about. Let's take a closer look. We have to talk about Call of Duty because Call of Duty is a franchise that is honorably built on military realism, historical conflict, and tactical authenticity. But at some point, the developers working on Call of Duty thought to themselves, all right, but what if you play as a dog? Actually, they thought about that even earlier with
Yeah, I
Call of
remember
Duty
that.
Ghosts, but that's not what we're talking about here. This wasn't just any dog. It was a Samoyed, which means Call of Duty was wandering into a very specific corner of the internet, which they were trying to market to. And then after some backlash, they ended up having to sprint right out of it. They definitely were trying to appeal to the furry gamers out there by creating this skin for Call of Duty Vanguard and Warzone at the time.
What? I've never seen that before.
The World War II shooter is the one that gets the furry skin like that. That's insane.
Yeah, actually, now that I think about it, remember how people were so mad when Battlefield 5 let you play as a woman because it wasn't historically accurate? Call of Duty was doing some weird stuff
I
with their
remember
dog
that.
game too, you know what I mean? I mean, people were mad at for other reasons, but...
People were also mad at the furry stuff, I'm sure.
Oh, I mean, I was. Now, we're talking specifically about this Call of Duty skin you're seeing on the screen right now. This was a white Samoyed dog character. He was wearing medical and tactical gear.
I
He had a
never
scarf,
seen that before in my
this,
life.
like, chest pack here, these utility pouches, and then it was rendered in Call of Duty's like art style that's supposed to be based in realism. But look at this. This wasn't just like a joke skin. This was serious. You had to spend real money on this. And Call of Duty skins aren't cheap. They're always way too overpriced.
Yeah, I assume this was like $20-$25 or something, right?
Yeah, I assume so, yeah. I'm going to send you a picture of the skin real quick, Luke. I know everyone else got to see it on the screen, but actually maybe there's a full body one.
Well, be careful looking up full body.
I know, I'm like hesitantly trying to Google my way through this.
You better turn on the safe search, dude.
Now, this is where things get interesting because an artist who was a Call of Duty fan and player made a tweet claiming that Call of Duty straight up was stealing their art. Now, the artist's name is Salin5 on X.
Wait,
or Twitter,
what?
And they go by Salin on ArtStation. And they made the claim that the Fluff Fury set, why did they name it that? Was stealing their concept art that they drew themselves. I'm going to show you the artist's drawing that they claim Call of Duty ripped off. Everybody take a look at this. It's pretty similar.
Oh yeah, that's
on
very
their
similar.
Twitter a direct comparison.
fuck?
And when you look at that, you're like, dang, that is a pretty close. I mean, the scarf's the same.
Yes, it
The
is.
little, like, thing on the back's the same. The tactical bag's the same. They got the elbow pads are the same. It's just interesting because it wasn't just like, hey, let's copy the homework a little bit. This was a lot more directly, like, intentionally taken. I mean, it's the same breed of dog, the same medical motif, similar placement of the gear, similar pose and framing. I mean, this was like straight up, a lot of gaming news outlets reported on it when this happened. And companies usually have like 3 different options that they seem to pursue. They either ignore these things, they deny them, or they lawyer up. So people were expecting the worst from Activision because it's Activision, and look how they treat Call of Duty. What do you expect them to do? But Activision actually did something different here. They actually just straight up removed the skin, they pulled all of the promotional material, and they issued a public apology stating that they had erred in their process and emphasizing respect for the creative community. So they just like pulled the plug on it as quickly as they could. Now, originally in the tweet, Sale Lin, the designer of the original art, did originally say that they were reaching out to Activision in hopes to have this resolved, maybe be compensated, but there never was any like official statement that I could find that the artist was compensated at all. I think Activision just pulled it before it went on sale. So it never did become a full-on like courtroom case or anything like that. But as I was digging into this rabbit hole, Call of Duty actually was accused of doing something similar a few years earlier, but this one is a lot muddier and a lot harder to understand. This is weird, but I almost feel like Call of Duty isn't in the wrong in the next one. I'm gonna let you guys figure this one out, but let me know what you guys are thinking. Luke, I don't think you've heard of this one, so I'm gonna let you be like in real time as we're talking about this one, figuring out where your opinion lies on it, okay?
I'll be the judge and the jury.
Yes, and the executioner.
And the prosecutor. Is that how it goes? Judge, jury, executor, and prosecutor?
Yeah, in that order. Let's talk about Modern Warfare 2019, because there was another art-related problem back then, and this one didn't end with like a cosmetic just getting pulled off of the store quietly. This was actually connected directly to a regular operator that Call of Duty was using, not only in the game, but in a ton of their promotional material. Do you remember the character Mara in Modern Warfare 2019? I'm pretty sure you ran the skin.
Yes, I do.
Okay. She was featured all over the place, but what's interesting is she was portrayed by the real-life model and streamer Alex Zadra. So if you played Modern Warfare 2019 at launch, you've probably definitely seen this character. So fast forward a couple of years, and a writer and photographer named Clayton Hodgen filed a copyright infringement lawsuit against Activision Blizzard, Infinity Ward, and Major League Gaming, with his claim that Mara was unlawfully based on a character he created years earlier. This part is interesting because I do believe Call of Duty directly used his character as an inspiration basis for their Call of Duty character. I don't know the depths of like what inspiration, like what the limits of inspiration are when you're developing a video game. But I just want to point that out here.
Close to 101,
Hodgen
yeah.
had created a character named Cade Janice, which was appearing in a short story movie thing called November Renaissance. And the character was used in a professionally staged photo shoot commissioned by Hodgen. And then this is where things get a little like awkward. The model that played Cade Janice was also Alex Zadra, the actress used for Mara. The lawsuit coming from Hodgen doesn't just say, hey, these characters look alike. Hodgen alleged that Activision hired the same model, used the same makeup artist, requested the same makeup and hair styling,
so the same
and
character.
even used the same hair extensions from the original shoot, like for the style, I guess. And then he further alleged that photos from his Cade Janice shoot were printed, displayed internally, and used as visual reference materials when developing Mara. In other words, this wasn't just like a coincidence thing. He was saying it was a direct reference use. Activision made a response, actually straight up denying these allegations. Their position was straightforward. They said that they legally licensed Alex Zadra's likeness. They also claimed that hiring the same model does not transfer to ownership of a character, and that general appearance, clothing, and makeup are not automatically protected in the realm of copyright. So they're pretty much just saying like, hey, we hired a model and we like looked through other modeling jobs that she did, as a basis for what we wanted to do, that doesn't mean we stole a character. Activision was like doubling down here. There was no like apology. They didn't like remove anything. Mara stayed in the game. They continued to use marketing materials with this character, and Activision decided they were going to fight any claims and not fold on this one. This is where things got really hard to follow in the story, because after the story broke, there's been like nothing like widely discussed or talked about or any court ruling stating that Activision lost, but there was also no public settlement or announcement. So I don't know. The story just kind of faded away out of the public eye. I'm assuming if Activision was successfully sued or that they settled out of court, this would have made the rounds in news. Like, I feel like a lot of the gaming outlets would have reported on this. So I want to lean towards Hodgin just gave up. But yeah, it's a weird
I think he gave up.
If they were
He
using
gave up.
images of Alexandra without paying for her likeness, I feel like, yeah, that's very blatant, like, copying. But I feel like a fictional vague character and you're hiring the same actress doesn't necessarily mean that they're copying the character themselves. I don't know. What do you think, Luke?
Yeah, I don't know. I just feel like it's a woman in some tactical gear, and then they hired the same woman.
It's a basic character,
like,
honestly.
right.
If they hired the real person, like, what do you expect them not to look like the pictures? It's the same face, it's the same person. They're like probably looking at a bunch of models, like their portfolios. They're like, who should we hire? Oh, look, this person did a bunch of photo shoots in tactical gear. This person could translate well into a Call of Duty character, and they probably just did something like that. I don't feel like that's that crazy.
Yeah, I just don't think this is like enough of like a real character likeness. There's actually another Call of Duty thing, and I kind of vaguely remembered it because it was related to a wrestler, and you know, I used to follow wrestling a lot, so I guess I remember it from back in the day. But have you ever heard of the wrestler Booker T?
Booker T?
No.
Wait, what about
I
him?
didn't think you would.
I just thought of the like Animal Crossing character that's like a dog. Is it like that?
Yes, if he was a big black man.
Not quite. Put them side by side. We'll let the audience
Oh
decide,
my
'cause we're
God.
definitely thinking of different things.
Anyways, during his wrestling tenure, he had like this character he played, like I think it was the 80s, and it was like G.I. Bro, like a parody
Oh
of G.I.
yeah, I
Joe.
remember that.
And
Yeah.
At some point, he launched a comic book series called G.I. Bro. One of the comics had like a special issue cover commissioned by an artist, and it looked like this, right? So then Call of Duty Black Ops 4 comes around, and they release some promotional artwork. This picture of the operator or character Prophet, who also was in Black Ops 3, right? So this is a Black Ops 3 character being promoted for Black Ops 4 because he reappears in Black Ops 4. Booker T files a lawsuit against Activision claiming that they ripped off his likeness from the comic book cover. This lawsuit went ahead. Activision argued back that he did not present sufficient evidence, obviously, and he does not own the idea of an angry man with a scowling look. So 2019, the lawsuit was filed. It took 2 years for the courts to decide, and Booker T lost the lawsuit.
Yeah, that's
and Activision
stupid.
won. He appealed the lawsuit or the outcome, and I guess that's still going on, or I couldn't really find what's going on.
Nah,
He
it's really
lost,
stupid.
you know,
No,
he's
that's
just
not
like-
really.
a guy holding a gun
Bro,
of
it's a
pictures.
It's the
bro.
do-rag, dude. That guy owns the rights to them.
I don't even think the guy on Black Ops 4 is wearing a do-rag.
Yeah, I was just thinking that it looks more like a hat. They don't even look alike.
Yeah, they don't even look
at all.
alike.
Actually, I think it's like this. It's like some futuristic, like headband, like implant gadget from.
Yeah,
Black
it's
Ops
really
4. I don't think
stupid.
It's a do-rag at all.
Yeah.
What the fuck?
It was specifically just this promotional image too. None of the other promotional images were cited. Because I guess in the other promotional images, you would also see that it's not a do-rag. So I don't know what's going on here, but obviously it didn't go anywhere. This does remind me though of all the way back in 2014 when Lindsay Lohan tried suing Take-Two over GTA 5. Do you remember that?
I do.
Oh yeah, I remember that. Yeah,
It was
the
this
daughter.
picture specifically on the loading screen, right?
It was
Or
a daughter.
pixel art.
Yeah, exactly. That was like part of it actually.
Back in the day, I think I might have read something on Facebook about it. What an awful website that is. But I don't know how accurate it was.
Here it is. It even made it to Facebook, dude. Basically, GTA 5 had a character called Lacey Jonas, and that character was like a parody of like a dumb celebrity. Just like pretty basic stuff, to be honest. Like, you know, just like if you had to like make up like a Hollywood celebrity, like a rich girl, it would just be that character, right?
It was like
And
basic.
somehow Lindsay Lohan like thought this is me, and then went ahead and sued over it in New York. And she argued that the character was a reference to her, and they had a similar voice, style, backstory. And she also claimed that that promotional artwork, you know, the bikini girl, was her, and it was just really like a woman in a bikini throwing up a peace sign. But I mean, there's this picture of Lindsay Lohan in a different colored bikini where she's also throwing up a peace sign.
Oh my
but I don't
God.
think there's anything you can really claim ownership over. Like you're just in a bikini throwing up a peace sign. I don't know. I could do it. You know what I mean?
In a bikini?
I mean, I'm just saying theoretically.
Subscribe to our Patreon, guys. No promises.
Yeah, Rockstar basically just fired back saying like, yeah, this is just a generic parody of like a celebrity archetype found in Hollywood, and the photo was made after a model that they had hired. It was already a pretty stupid lawsuit, and it was dismissed in 2016 since GTA 5 is a work of fiction and satire. Lindsay Lohan tried to appeal this, and in 2018, the highest court in New York upheld the dismissal, and they said that basically this character is just a cultural comment, and that's kind of it.
Now, I do want to talk about another game, though, that straight up just got removed from Steam, and that was basically because another game studio looked at the game and was like, hey, this game literally is just built on our code. Do you remember the game Myth of Empires?
I don't think so, no.
Okay, so it was like a large-scale survival sandbox game that was developed by a studio called Angela Game. It was a Chinese studio. This launched into early access on Steam in November of 2021, and early on it had some strong player counts, and it seemed like the community was maybe growing. The game was a little similar to other survival games out there, but in December of 2021, just weeks after its launch, the game was suddenly removed from Steam. Nobody saw it coming. The player base was like, what happened? There was no big explanation from Valve. It was just gone, which meant that there was something serious going on behind the scenes. So shortly after the game's removal, it became public that Studio Wildcard, the developers of Ark Survival Evolved, alongside their publisher Snail Games, accused Myth of Empires of stealing source code from Ark. There was an allegation that there was just direct code theft going on here. So there was actually legal proceedings that happened after the game's removal. Studio Wildcard claimed that they found hundreds of identical class names, function names, and variable names that appear both in Ark and Myth of Empires.
Why is
They
my
also
audio
alleged
off?
that at least one developer involved.
Sorry, my audio went off. Happy New Year, dude. Right now working on my skateboard painting. I haven't done this in a while, but I decided to do it. I mean, it's still a lot. I still need to work on a lot of them. Yo, what up, shut dog? Happy New Year, Happy New Year. Yeah, so I'm just working on my skateboard. Maybe I'll finish it tonight. I'm not sure. But still a lot to do. There you go. I could work on the glare, but anyways. How you doing? Yeah, we're watching when video games get caught stealing. And you know, a lot of it's Call of Duty and shooting games, guys, because those are like the most generic stuff you can make, honestly. Like the shooter, like again, nothing wrong with those shooting games, by the way, nothing wrong with them. I'm just saying, I feel like a lot of it's just very generic. Because like, is there any iconic Call of Duty character like you could just think of iconic Call of Duty character? Like yeah, his name is this character, and he's really cool. I can't even Dutty. Like I don't know. Like, can you think of it like an iconic character in Arc Raiders? Well, no, that's not fair because that's not really meant for that. I'm trying to another shooter. I mean, Fortnite's whatever as well, but I mean, they even have some recognizable characters at that point. Some like original characters.
With Myth of Empires previously did have access to Ark's source code, and these similarities would go on to be far more than just a coincidence. Studio Wildcard then proceeded to file a DMCA takedown notice with Valve, and under US law, Valve was in a position where they had to remove the content temporarily, or essentially like risk legal liability themselves. Valve's pretty good though at taking down copyright infringing games. So especially when there is like a court proceeding, they'll wait to see how the legal part resolves and then make a decision if the game gets reinstated later on. After this all happened, Myth of Empires actually kind of fired back. Angela Games, the developer of Myth of Empires, denied the allegations, claiming that the game was developed independently, that similarities were either coincidental or exaggerated, and that the DMCA takedown was improper. So they were like, yo, they just like, you know, they're cheesing the system to get us off of the market because we're doing good with our game. From there was just silence, and once again, the worst part of these stories when there's these big legal proceedings is when information doesn't get posted posted online, and you just have to kind of figure out and pick up the pieces to guess and assume what happened afterwards. But with the game not being around for a long time, it was likely that there was some ongoing legal back and forth. But then randomly in 2024, the game just showed up on Steam again. Valve had let them come back on Steam, and Valve relisted the game ahead of a new launch window that the game had, and Valve of course didn't explain why the game was randomly back.
Yeah,
What ended up happening, the fact that the game was relisted onto Steam after a claim from another pretty big studio and publisher means that Valve had some sort of reason to believe that the DMCA was no longer legally binding to keep the game offline, likely because some sort of resolution was made.
That sucks.
My assumption is that
Wait, that sucks for the game because that means it lost its momentum. A Myth of Empires. Have you guys played that game?
maybe the legal proceedings ended up fizzling out beyond just the cease and desist.
I mean,
DMCA
they cost a lot of
takedown,
money.
And then the developers ended up reworking their game's code, removing all of the infringing materials. Then when they presented that to Valve, Valve let them back in, and nothing went on further from there. But that's just my assumption. I don't actually know what ended up happening, but there must have been enough there for a DMCA claim to go out and for Valve to side with the DMCA and be like, yeah, we're taking this game off. But then something had to change afterwards, right?
This next one.
What's the next one?
Blatant as you can be. But the crazy thing is, they got away with it for almost a decade. Pocket Monster Remake was a nearly one-to-one pirated version of Pokemon that released in China around 2015. It just straight up
I heard about this
assets directly from
it's
official
so
Pokemon
funny.
games.
That was funny.
Copyrighted characters like Ash Ketchum, Pikachu,
Yeah, that was so funny,
that's named
dude.
after a tree, and other designs that had no modification.
But like technically Ash Ketchum like isn't from the games. I mean, later he'd show up in the games, but he's kind of an original character to the show.
Did I say games? I thought copyrighted characters on top of everything, whatever. They just straight up ripped like the art and everything. Like, do you think this looks anything like Pokemon?
Wait, this kind of looks like there's a little bit of effort put into it, but yeah, I mean, it's Pokemon.
Yes, and they did put a little bit of effort into it. You know why? Because there was reports that they made around 42 million US dollars per year from this. And the way they did it is they had straight up microtransactions and loot boxes in the game.
What?
How were they around long enough to make that much money?
I'm not sure. I guess
from China.
We're in China, so I guess
Yeah, they're in China.
They got away with it. And for years, this game was available, and I mean, it went on without really any repercussions. But in 2021, the Pokemon Company filed a lawsuit in China seeking damages of at least $72 million and a shutdown of the game. And it took a couple of years for there to be a ruling, I guess, and for them to figure out all the details. But in September 2024, the Shenzhen Intermediate People's Court ruled in favor of the Pokemon Company. They declared that the game just straight up infringed Pokemon's copyrights and violated the law. And the developers were ordered to pay $15 million. They did go through appeals, and eventually, like, that was over. And earlier this year, the final settlement was announced. The developers admitted guilt and had to issue a public apology. They agreed to pay substantial damages. We don't know the exact amount, but probably something close to the 15 million that the court ordered. The game was permanently shut down and removed from all app stores. So it took 10 years for this blatant ripoff to be removed. And that is just insane with how blatant it is.
I don't even know what to take away from this. What was their public apology? Like, what was the approach that they used there? Were they like, oh, we didn't realize we were stealing Pokemon when we made this Pokemon game?
Honestly, the whole statement is just a retelling of what happened. They launched the game, they got sued, there was the court decision, then they had this like final agreement, and then the last line is, this apology statement is hereby issued. I guess that is the apology.
So there was no apology in the apology?
I mean, just that sentence. No, I guess it was just like them admitting fault. But
okay, what do you guys do with this painting so far? I feel like I'm missing some stuff.
Put it on their website?
Yeah, it's on the Pokemon Company's website.
They're like, they're aura farming a little bit.
You know, it is kind of crazy because like there's so many other games just like this. Like,
yeah, there are.
Can, like,
there's a lot. There's a lot.
Play Store, like, you know, easily.
Yeah.
Also, I'm looking at this image that you sent me where it's like the common and advanced stuff, right? In the advanced tab, what is the beak? Like, it's just a beak. Like, how does that translate? Like, what does that translate into in game?
I mean, that's a very good question. I mean, it says it's like a puzzle piece icon next to it. Do you think you have to like collect the pieces of the Pokemon?
Even the Pokemon have puzzle pieces though, like the Electabuzz above it. What if you had to design your own like monstrosity of a Pokemon? Like you just put a beak on a Charmander and just call it a day?
That would be pretty crazy.
Maybe that's why the game made so.
No, I feel like that's like puzzles, like kind of like points where like you unlock a Pokemon, and once you get enough puzzles or whatever. I think that's what it is.
Now that takes us to another Nintendo and Pokemon lawsuit. That one is against Palworld. Now in the past,
Oh,
we
yeah,
talked about
yeah.
Palworld in a
Infamous.
similar video, and at that time there was like a lot of stuff going on online about like how they lifted assets and how they used AI to create some stuff, and there was
They
like this
did.
viral comparison comparing some Pokemon model against a Palworld model, but I'm pretty sure it was all fake. And nothing of it was real. And the Pokemon company did make a statement at the time that they're investigating IP concerns. I think we might have mentioned that too. But later on, they filed a lawsuit, and this was a legal complaint about patents on game mechanics and not a copyright claim about stolen assets or anything like that. So basically, Nintendo had an old patent that they started filing in 2021, but that hadn't been approved yet, that they slightly adjusted to include monster capture mechanic and monster riding mechanics, and then went ahead and used it in a lawsuit against Palworld. And Palworld submitted some evidence against it, like saying that other games have these mechanics like Ark, Monster Hunter, and Titanfall. And the Japanese patent office actually rejected Nintendo's patent like just a couple months ago. Palworld did also make some changes, I guess, to be extra sure.
Yeah, they did. They did make some.
Yeah,
They took some things out.
Some like mechanics when it came to pals. Like the way you summon a pal is not by throwing the sphere or the ball anymore. They just like spawn next to you. And they announced that the game is gonna be leaving early access and the 1.0 launch is gonna be in 2026. So they are pretty confident that they're not gonna like be shut down by a lawsuit or anything like that. Also, they continue to release the game on other platforms, like the PlayStation 5 version came out and it even released in Japan. So I don't think Nintendo's gonna be able to stop them.
We definitely have to talk about Capcom in this video because they had a really weird instance that happened a couple of years ago.
It's
that
R-Fighter.
I don't think would have happened if that giant hack that happened in 2020 never ended up happening. You see, back in 2020, Capcom suffered a major ransomware attack. There were internal documents leaked, development folders, asset files, all of it. It leaked online, which obviously is bad. Like any big company doesn't want that stuff out there. But what Capcom didn't expect was that this leak would then have bigger repercussions that turned into something even worse for them. This is where our protagonist of the story enters, a photographer named Judy A. Juracek. Now, at some point, Judy stumbled across these leaked images, these assets that were now being circulated online because people were hyped, like the community, like all of a sudden they can dig into the files of their favorite games. Something that happens pretty much every time there's like a mega leak for any game. Looking into the games like Resident Evil and Devil May Cry, you could look into the mega leak info and see all of the different textures and assets that were used. At some point, Judy looked at some of the leaked files or someone showed it to her and she had an interesting reaction. I took these pictures.
Oh, right. Resident Evil 4. Yeah.
Published a.
Right. If you guys don't know, they actually use real structure pictures of Resident Evil. So yeah, I remember that. Yeah. So they just like they just plaster them onto like the walls and stuff. Yeah.
Professional reference book called Surfaces, Visual Research for Artists, Architects, and Designers. Essentially, an album of different texture art. The person who takes pictures that ends up getting used in like different materials and outlets out there, it's one of those types of books. This book contained over 1,000 photographs of textures, things like cracked glass, stone walls, rusted metal,
yeah.
surface.
And it was used. It was used all over the place.
And when the Capcom leak happened, some of these files that surfaced were raw or near raw texture assets. They weren't screenshots, they weren't gameplay footage, they were the actual files of the textures, just straight up in their purest form in the game files that normally wouldn't be publicly accessible. Now here's where things go from kind of like an awkward instance to maybe something a little more lawsuit worthy. According to the reports online, it seemed like some of the leaked files still had the file names from Juracek's original CD-ROM that she also sold alongside her published book. So texture artists could purchase her CD and utilize them as reference points or license them out specifically, but then also those spread online or artists take them with them. Doesn't necessarily mean that they can just be freely used by any artist or
just
any company for
like
any
an
publication.
example.
They didn't even change the texture file names. There were one-to-one matchups. From there,
Wow, I forgot about that.
Team. They had like a forensic expert, I'm sure, like look into the different types of files. In the allegations, allegedly, Capcom used at least 80 of her photos reused across different games like Resident Evil 4, Devil May Cry, in hundreds of instances without ever correctly illegally acquiring a license for her material. So in 2021, Eurechek filed a copyright infringement lawsuit against Capcom, and I think from there, Capcom probably realized that someone along the way messed up. Like maybe some artist had those files, they bought the CD, they use them as resources. Usually when a game's like getting towards the end stages, there's like a legal team that's supposed to check through everything. Obviously something like this, so specific, got overlooked, and they never thought that anybody would find out, probably. So Capcom never made a public announcement, never said anything. However,
No, I think it was
appear
just,
that in
yeah.
2022 the case was resolved out of court.
Yeah, she made money.
Capcom paid
Settle.
her money that
Yeah,
she
they
was okay
settle.
with, and it never.
Because it was too late. It was too late for those games are already out and everything.
Mostly because of the fact that none of this would have happened if.
Because yeah, there's no way in hell they're gonna take away Devil May Cry, Resident Evil games out of their library. No way in hell. That's like some of their top games selling of all time, especially on Steam, whatever. Yeah, there's like, no, we cannot do it. We have to pay her. That's literally what it was.
Capcom never got hacked in the first place. Yeah,
that's
wild
true.
Stuff. I don't know. Luke, did you ever notice that the textures seemed a little odd and stolen?
No, because I guess I didn't read the reference book.
I don't know if anybody would have noticed if this hadn't
No one would have noticed.
happened. But yeah,
Yeah.
no, I think it's an interesting situation, I guess.
I mean, she was probably one of the only people they could have recognized that it's her stuff. I mean, besides the person that obviously stole them at Capcom, but
I was trying to look into the story a little closer though to see if there was any like detail as to how she discovered it. Like, was she just like a big Resident Evil fan keeping up to date with the Capcom leaks? Like, I doubt that. Do you think she used software?
Probably somebody told her. Because again, Resident Evil is a big game, dude.
That like cross checks for
especially Resident Evil 4, dude.
Like uses of her images, and then from there, when
Oh,
the
that's
leak
true.
happened,
Yeah, they could do
there's
that.
like a highly publicized outlets with her images now showing up, and then from there she could like follow the rabbit hole. Maybe she's a big Devil May Cry fan. I don't know.
I mean, yeah, true. And she was like, "Oh, Devil May Cry leaks. Let me look at those." I guess we don't know. So now we get to one of our favorite developers on this channel, Bungie. Woo! How do I start this? Like, how many times do you think they've been caught stealing art in just the last 4 years?
I can think of one example. How many times is it actually though?
4.
5.
4?
Oh,
in 4 years?
4 in 4 years. They're 4
I
for
thought
4,
it's 5.
basically.
Okay, so let's go through them.
In 2021, they posted a trailer to promote the upcoming DLC Witch Queen, which you remember
which was stolen by the artist.
Yeah, for Destiny 2. This trailer showed like a bunch of pictures of characters together on like an investigation board.
Yeah,
It's,
yeah,
like, connected
yeah.
like with like red lines, you know, like that meme from Always Sunny in Philadelphia. And one of the images that was in the background turned out to be fan art by artist Relay 314 that they posted the year prior. And it was pretty clear that it was that image in the trailer. And Bungie basically immediately apologized and said it was a mistake. And they reached out and got permission from the guy after the fact. And the guy didn't seem that upset about it. So, you know, they got away with this one pretty easily. Then, like in 2023, it happened again. And when they posted the Destiny 2 Season of the Deep cutscene that featured this scene, there was like a black and white version of Julian Fayola's art that he had done the year prior. He called this out on Twitter and actually nothing happened. Like Bungie just ignored him. And then the next year, they did it again. But this one, they didn't ignore it. Maybe because it was tied to a partnership. Destiny got a Nerf gun collab that featured a Nerf-looking Ace of Spades exotic gun that got released. And artist Tofu Bunny figured out that whoever made the Nerf gun design had directly lifted the design and small details from a commission done all the way back in 2015. Like down to the smallest details. Like you could see the brush strokes on the Nerf gun and the scratches that were put on like the Nerf gun, and you could line it up with the original commission. Bungie responded to this very quickly and said they're investigating it with Nerf, and after just a few hours they came out publicly and said that they reached out to Tofu and that they're gonna make sure that there's compensation and credit given for this. And it seems like the situation
the product already made, by the way.
well at that point. And actually during that time, the guy from 2023, Julian Ilona, replied to the Bungie statement.
Actually, you know what's kind of crazy? I kind of like in a weird way, an artist should kind of feel like you want to get your artwork stolen. Why? Because this is a chance to get paid big money. I'm just saying.
It's about the Nerf gun situation, and this time a community manager said they're gonna reach out to him, but I couldn't find what happened after that. He like didn't tweet about any updates. And then for Marathon,
I don't think he was
they
allowed
thought,
to.
let's go big with the art theft. They actually took someone's artwork and like turned it into textures and then plastered it all over the game Marathon, and people found it.
Yeah, yeah, I made a video about that
so
too.
artist Anti-Real made some posters around 2017, and these posters look futuristic and they look pretty cool. I mean, they like have like the cyberpunk vibe to them. I don't know. And in May 2025, Marathon ran its alpha test, and there were parts that were pulled from these posters all over the game. It was pretty obvious that it was like their designs. Eventually, this got so much attention that Marathon's dev team responded and said they investigated this, and the former artist included these graphics on a texture sheet, which was later used in the game. So like basically they're saying, oh, I don't know, it's not our fault. There was like a ton of bad PR over this on social media.
Yeah, the game is dead on arrival right now.
The alpha
right
test
now
also was kind of bad because Marathon seems like a bad game. The perception of Marathon just was like in the dumpster at this point. And just
yeah,
this
it really
month,
is.
Anti-Real did tweet that the issue had been resolved with Bungie and Sony to her satisfaction. So I think they paid her somehow.
Oh, they took it off.
So at least that's good. And at
One of
this
those two.
point, so it happens.
Either
so
they
many
paid her
times
off
with
or they
Bungie,
took everything out.
Like they gotta be liable or something for not like having the checks in place. I don't know, but I do think Bungie as a studio is falling apart, and my prediction is soon they will be renamed to Sony Seattle, right? So Bungie will stop existing.
Oh no!
And while I'm on it, I might as well also predict that Marathon is gonna get canceled.
No, they would never.
I don't know. Put it out there, dude. Clip it. If it happens, someone post it somewhere. I don't care where. It could be on Vimeo. But
you're gonna release it either way.
And right now, as I'm editing this in my parents' office, since I'm visiting them for Christmas, and I don't have my normal mic, so I'm just recording this on my iPhone, I went to Anti-Real's Twitter, and I saw that PowerA also ripped off some designs for one of their officially licensed Xbox controllers. And it's kind of crazy that these companies keep ripping off this artist, so I just wanted to throw it in here.
So what if I told you, Luke, that there's a game that you and I played once or twice? I think we actually might have even played it 3 times. And it made it into this video.
Oh, dude, what is it? One of our like treasured gaming experience was caught stealing?
Yeah. Do you remember the game Paladins?
Oh, okay. I take the word treasured back, okay?
Wait, it was fun. It was just like Overwatch, except you had like a horse that you rode on at the beginning to get to the site.
I do agree it was just like Overwatch, and I take the word treasured back twice.
Okay. Paladins is an interesting game because it was a hero shooter released around the same time that Overwatch released, but Paladins itself has always been like compared directly to.
You know what's kind of crazy now? Now that we have a new hero shooter coming out soon, which is what, Highland, whatever, that is dead on an effing arrival. I don't know why the people who made Titanfall decided to do that. Like, oh, let's just make a hero shooter. You dumbasses. Like, why would you do that?
Overwatch, obviously. Now, Paladins did have its own dedicated community for quite some time, kind of thriving a little bit in the free-to-play space when Overwatch was a paid game. When Overwatch became free-to-play, I think the writing was on the wall for Paladins, and recently I think they announced that they're going to be ending future content support for the game, but the rest of the game will still remain up. But back in 2018, Hi-Rez, the developers behind Paladins, were working on other side projects, and they worked on a game called Paladins Strike. Now, this one isn't directly Paladins itself. It's the story comes from Paladins Strike and promotional artwork that they had put out there promoting a new skin called Covert Ops Lex.
So basic, dude. This design's so
people always
basic.
compared Paladins to Overwatch, but they didn't expect Paladins to maybe directly use something from Overwatch, which it looks like they may have. So
bro, here's the thing, man. Look at the design. It's so basic. So basic, bro. Like, I don't know who is like hiring these artists or just doing basic fucking designs. Let's say, hold up. What was it called? High guard? Yeah, look at this. Hold up. High guard. I'm gonna show you guys this image right now of High Guard. It's gonna showcase how basic the designs are. Like, you're like, this is the game. Hold up. It is basic shit, dude. Hold up, so I could find a bigger image of that. Let's go with this guy, I guess. But just look how basic he is. Just look at the design. It's so basic. There's nothing unique about this character to pushing out, like at all. This is a basic bitch ass character. You know, I don't know about how maybe the game is just gonna be really fun, but if your game looks generic as fuck, no one's gonna play it. And nobody wants if no one wants to cosplay your character's a failure, or your game, whatever. Like it's bad, dude. It's so basic.
Look closely at this artwork. This was the artwork used to promote the new Lex skin. And some people who are paying close attention were like, that background looks very, very familiar. That doesn't just look like a background in Overwatch, but it looks specifically like Lijiang Tower from the map in Overwatch.
Oh yeah, definitely. I instantly see it. It's like the tower with the little blue at the top.
So a little yikes moment. Like, I'm just saying, whoever managed to get this slipped through, wow. But from the like leadership who probably had no idea of this specific instance happening, it's got to be so frustrating that they're going to get caught using art of any game to accidentally take art from. Why did it have to be Overwatch? Like the game that they're compared to more than anything else. Like if they would have taken art from, I don't know, Call of Duty, Halo, Pokemon, it wouldn't have been as embarrassing, but definitely taking from Overwatch is just like man. It'd be like if Overwatch now posted some art and there was like a Marvel Rivals map in the background. Like you'd be like, come on, of all of the things to take from, not the direct competitor. So this one, it's maybe not as juicy as of a story. So what turned out happening was, I don't think it was actually anyone's fault at Hi-Rez directly, but I mean, they should have paid closer attention to what was going on. There was controversy talked about on Reddit specifically. It was being talked about on Twitter too. The studio's art director actually joined in on the Reddit thread and straight up just addressed the situation right there and explained what happened. And they said this art was created by an overseas partner studio for Paladin Strike and had not much in the way of oversight in its content creation by anyone internally at Hi-Rise. We'll be looking into this immediately. Then the Paladin's brand manager reached out to Kotaku and made a statement saying that we are very disappointed that a contractor for our mobile hero shooter Paladin Strike made use of artwork from another game in the splash art for our Covert Ops Lex skin. As this piece came from what was previously a trusted outsourcer, it did not go through a full internal review cycle at Hi-Rise and made it to the public. They then went on to say that they plan on handling more of the art internally because they want to have better control over the art. And according to this article from Kotaku, the contractor that did this was in fact fired. Though the article doesn't talk about
makes sense
of that. It just says that they were fired. So I don't know. Just a goofy one. I think it's more of just an embarrassment.
Bro, this is like this is why when these stories come out about plagiarism, guys, a lot of these gonna get a lot worse. A lot of these are gonna get a lot worse because of AI. We're gonna see people making AI stuff, and without them even realizing, somebody out there is gonna be like, "Hey, that looks like my art." I promise you guys right now, we're gonna see that more often. But anyways, guys, I gotta get some sleep right now so I could wake up early. I could prep for the stream for today. And do a whole plan stream today because again, I didn't really have a lot of plan to like fully. Like the only plan I had was the painting part, and that's it. Because I worked and I did that. Anyways, it's just excuses. But anyways, the plan is, today we'll be finishing off this painting right here. We will be finishing this off. Hope you guys like it so far. Hope you guys dig it. Hope you guys like the idea of the second design of this. I want to make a third one, because my first one was this one. And I want to remake this one, but like obviously update it with my art style, if that makes sense. So this is the old one that I did. I really like this one a lot. But I want to remake it. I want to remake the octopus character. I want to remake the frog and the creatures and stuff like that. I love this one even to this day, even though there's some things I could obviously make better. But I just feel like I feel like I just want to remake it. I think it'll be a really cool art piece in general. But hopefully you guys like this one so far. This one right here is actually inspired by an artist right now that I've been like looking into a lot lately. Not too much because again, I don't want to like obviously I don't want to like use his character or anything like that. But I'm not gonna hide this also, by the way. Like this right here. I like this one so much. I'm like, oh shit, this looks really cool. So I use like the color like blue because I use a lot of aqua. And so I was looking for a character that I could use for my like the pattern that I want to do, right? Hold up. Which was like red, blue, yellow, and then black at the top. That's kind of like what I was kind of going for, just like my theme colors. So, but yeah. So I let you guys know this is inspired by this artist right here. If anybody wants, like, if anybody cares or not, but yeah, this is where he is inspired from. Obviously, I don't want to copy exactly what he did. It was just an inspiration, pretty much from there. But yeah, like I said, we're still gonna add more stuff to this still. By the way, guys, we're still gonna add more stuff like around it, or like on it, words, you know, like the hide thing, the tagging thing, all that kind of stuff. There's still a lot of things you could add on to this piece, and we're going to really expand it pretty much. But anyway, so if you guys enjoyed the stream, if you guys enjoyed the artwork, sorry again, I didn't have a lot of plans to this today for the new year. At least I got the new artwork, but I gotta work, guys. I gotta work. All right, guys. So, anyways, I'll see you guys later on today, guys. We'll finish in the painting, and we're also gonna be working on our list. What is our goals for 2026? Either what you want to do or your goals of what you want to accomplish in 2026. I have a lot of stuff I want to do, guys. A lot of accomplishments, so I will be writing that list, and hopefully you can cross out at least more than half of it. That's kind of pretty much gonna be like the goal for the most part, guys. All right. Hope you guys enjoyed this piece right here, guys. Let me know what you guys think so far. And yeah, I'll see you guys on the next one, right? All right, guys, peace out myself, and I'll see you guys on the next stream, right? Thanks again. Happy New Year, everybody. And yeah, bye, everybody.